It's Arkansas Traveler Baseball on the CSN Radio Network. The ITT Tech pregame show is brought to you by ITT Technical Institute. We are now online at itt-tech.edu.
Live from Wichita, Kansas, Arkansas Traveler Baseball is on the air. Hello once again, everybody. A very pleasant good evening to you. Well, good afternoon. First, welcome to Lawrence Dumont Stadium here in Wichita. Tonight, Minor League Baseball and the Texas League present the Arkansas Travelers and the Wichita Wranglers. A doubleheader meeting Games 2 and Games 3 of a 5-game series. It's a very comfortable early evening here in Wichita, 90 degrees with stiff winds coming from over first base. Travs fell to a game under first place behind the Wranglers yesterday with one of their worst losses of the season. Wranglers pounded out 15 base hits. They slammed 3 home runs and gave the Travs a 13-2 beating yesterday. So Game 1 of this series goes firmly in place of the Wichita Wranglers. But the news was even worse after the game yesterday as the Travs right-handed relief all-star pitcher Matt Wilhite learned that his younger brother Michael had died yesterday in an accident on a river in Bend, Oregon. He unfortunately drowned, and the Travs tried to rally behind Wilhite as best as possible, and he had to leave the team today. He's been down to Franklin, Kentucky right now, where his family is based, and they will, of course, be grieving for the next few days. Michael Wilhite would have turned 21 years old today, and he drowned yesterday. So the Travelers now without Matt Wilhite for at least the next few days, as he is going to be tending to his family for a while. Kevin Lynch has come up from rookie ball Orem to take his place for the next couple of days at least. But right now, the Travs not in the best state of mind as they saw one of their teammates lose a family member yesterday. So certainly a very gloomy attitude, I wouldn't say attitude, but a gloomy atmosphere around the Traveler clubhouse and the dugout right now as Matt Wilhite has lost his brother. Very sad story. Besides that, the Travs are trying to turn things around right here against the Wichita Wranglers. They've been playing some of their best baseball of the season and hoping that yesterday's blowout loss was a fluke. And today they're right in an area where they've been very comfortable all year with double headers. Travs will play their 5th doubleheader of the season against the Wranglers right here, and the Travs in their previous 4 doubleheaders have won all 8 games. And so the Travs look like they're in good position to at least pick up a victory in Game 1 with Willie Collazo taking the hill against Ryan Baerlocher. Collazo 1-2, and Baerlocher is 4-2. The nightcap will feature Kasey Olenberger for the Travelers at 5-5 versus Wes Wilkerson of the Wichita Wranglers, who will be making his second start down from AAA Omaha. As we come up to first pitch, the first pitch for this doubleheader will be thrown about 5:35. There's been a fire that just started moving over from just past one of the highways, right past the ballpark, and it's thick plumes of black smoke that are making their way over the ballpark. And right now we've got some major thick smoke coming over dead center field, and it's starting to hang over the ballpark. It's a gorgeous sunny day here in Wichita. Nothing but blue skies abounding all the way around. But now you can see, not even off in the distance, it is less than a mile away. A giant fire is raging, hopefully not out of control. And I don't know where that fire is coming from exactly, but right now there is just a thick black smoke hanging over the entire downtown area of Wichita. And we're across the north bank of the Arkansas River, and that smoke is making its way over the ballpark. Hopefully this smoke delay the start of the game, but if this smoke is coming down to field level, it's going to be difficult to breathe. So we'll see how this development affects the start of game number 1 as the Travs and the Wranglers get set for a doubleheader at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. Nice to have you with us for the ITT Tech pregame show here on the CSN Radio Network. Phil Elson with you on the broadcast today. Back at the studios is Chris Rhodes. We'll keep you abreast of the situation with this fire nearby, right by the highway. If we're going to have any kind of delays or not. As of right now, we've not been informed of anything. And so we may be starting this game on time anyway. Who knows? One thing's for certain, there was history made in the Texas League yesterday 3 pitchers for the Frisco Rough Riders combined to throw only the third 9-inning perfect game in league history. We'll tell you about that and the rest of the games across the league right after these words on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
As an aircraft avionics technician, I repair just about any electronic component on the airplane.
Jared Lampkin earned a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Electronics Engineering Technology in 2003 and an Associate of Applied Science degree in 2002 from the ITT Technical Institute in Birmingham, Alabama.
My bachelor's from ITT Tech is a really well-respected degree. The school has a lot of hands-on teaching, and it's a really nice atmosphere.
At ITT Technical Institute, you can pursue skills that can be used to help you prepare for a new career or create opportunities in your current field. Call 1-800-ITT-TECH. That's 1-800-ITT-TECH, or visit us on the web at www.itt-tech.edu to investigate a campus nearest you. Find a potential new path to your future at ITT Tech.
I want to move higher, get everything I can, fly my own plane.
ITT Technical Institute. Education for the future.
It's the end of the day, and you've got 2 choices, each with its own delights. The champagne of beers or the champagne of light beers. So you do what every good high life man would do when faced with a head-scratching decision. You find the quarter. Tails. You say Miller High Life Light and reach for the peanuts. The rising moon says, well done, my friend. That's the High Life way. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
And now Sonic presents Molly, Brian, and some cookie dough hijinks.
This Sonic cookie dough blast is great.
I love it.
Yeah, it's got all these little bits of cookie dough in there. You know, it just reminds me when I was little, my mom was making some cookies, and I got all the dough, and I ate all of it before she could cook the cookies.
Oh.
And I tell you, my reaction to that sugar was pretty phenomenal. I sort of started vibrating, you know, and running around and getting really hyper. And at one point, I thought that I was an actual beam of light. And, you know, I was running around the house saying, I'm a beam of light, I'm a beam of light. And,
Honey,
yeah.
you did that last week.
Was that last week?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know you'd eaten a bunch of cookie dough. That actually makes me feel better.
Cookie Dough Blast, new at Sonic. It's the irresistible taste of chocolate chip cookie dough blended into a creamy frozen treat. Try one tonight because Sonic's open till at least midnight all summer long. Sonic's Cookie Dough Blast at participating Sonic drive-ins. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Welcome back to Lawrence Dumont Stadium, where it appears that we will not be delayed for the start of this doubleheader. Even with this thick black smoke coming overhead, we have not received word whether or not this game 1 will begin on time or whether it will be delayed. So it looks like we should be getting going for a 5:35 first pitch. History made yesterday in Corpus Christi's Whataburger Field. Just the 3rd perfect game, 9-inning perfect game in league history was thrown by 3 Frisco Rough Rider pitchers. A 3-0 victory for the Rough Riders. Their starter A.J. Murray took it for the first 6 innings. He struck out 8. Steve Carsey was perfect over the 7th and the 8th, and Scott Feldman wrapped it up with a perfect 9th inning. 27 up, 27 down in the Corpus Christi order, each of them finishing 0 for 3. Mike Rodriguez came the closest to a base hit, tried to bunt his way on in the middle innings. The Frisco third baseman yesterday, Adam Fox, made a standout play charging the ball, and Fox also handled a smash off the bat of Mark Sacamano to finish the ball game. Actually, by Wade Robinson to finish the game. And just the 3rd perfect game ever thrown in 9 innings in the Texas League. And it just turns out the last one was thrown against the Travs back in the early 1980s. Shreveport thrown a perfect game against the Travs in that one. And so we have our first, not just no-hitter, but our first perfect game in the Texas League thrown yesterday. Very impressive to see. It doesn't matter if it's combined or not. I do believe that if it's a no-hitter is combined on by a few pitchers, that might take the luster off of a no-hitter. But a perfect game is a perfect game. That's just absolutely amazing. The last perfect game in the league was thrown by Dave Wilhelmy of Shreveport. Threw it at against the Travelers on May 4th, 1983. Before that, 1935 was the first 9-inning perfect game in league history. It was thrown by Galveston's Ed Cole against the Tulsa Oilers. And so in a league that dates back to 1888, only 3 9-inning perfect games have ever been thrown. And it happens in Corpus Christi's first ever season in the league. So how do you like that? 3-0. Frisco throws that perfect game over the Corpus Christi Hooks. Elsewhere in the league yesterday, there was another shutout, this one by the Tulsa Drillers over the Springfield Cardinals. In a game that lasted only 1 hour and 51 minutes, John Asahina threw a 5-hit complete game shutout, striking out 8 and walking only 2 for his league-leading 11th win. Jordan Powell pitched well, 7 innings, but allowed 2 runs and takes the Lost Falls to 5 and 8. Both of the runs for the Drillers came on homers by Tony Miller and by Jason Nix. A complete game victory for Asahina, and that is his league-leading 4th complete game of the season. Also leads the league with those 11 victories. Another game in San Antonio between the Midland Rockhounds and the San Antonio Missions, battling it out for first place. Midland wins round 1, 6-2. Jeremy Brown connected on a home run. It was a 2-run shot. It was Brown's 13th of the season. Hit it off Travis Oldham, the losing pitcher. Jason Perry scored a couple of runs. Steve Stanley had 2 base hits. Brian Stavisky had 3 base hits. Winning pitcher for Midland was Drew Dickinson. Scattered 8 hits, 2 runs over 5 innings for his 4th win. Sean Cohn took it the final 4 innings for save number 6. Oldham, the losing pitcher for the Missions, falls to 9-6. So the standings in the league look like this. Wichita in the East Division in front of the Travs by 1 game. Arkansas enters today 18-16. Tulsa, who won their 4th in a row yesterday, 16-19. They're 3.5 games out of first, with the Springfield Cardinals losers of 3 in a row, 4.5 games out. In the West Division, it's the Midland Rockhounds in first place by 1 game over San Antonio, 3 ahead of Corpus Christi, and Frisco with 3 wins in a row are 7 games out of first. All games starting later tonight, 7:05 first pitch at Corpus, with the Hooks taking on Frisco. No pitchers have been announced. No pitchers announced for San Antonio hosting Midland at 7:05. And they did announce the starting pitchers in Tulsa. 7:05 first pitch with Springfield's lefty Randy Leak looking for his 11th win. He takes on young Tulsa right-hander Ubaldo Jimenez, who enters with 1 win against 3 losses. Doubleheader action here at Wichita will be starting in about 13 minutes. We'll come back with a little news from the Angels organization right after these words on CSN from Bale Honda.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Bale Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock. When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They get free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com.
The Air Force is the only branch of service with its own community college. It's called the Community College of the Air Force, and it makes a difference. You see, in the Air Force, you earn college credit for learning your job. You can earn an associate's degree in one of 66 career fields. Your job experience goes farther in the Air Force. For more information, call 1-800-423-USAF or log on at airforce.com. Cross into the blue with the U.S. Air Force. No one comes close.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on Live Broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your homepage for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
Back at Lawrence Dumont Stadium with the Travs and the Wichita Wranglers getting set for a doubleheader starting at about 5:35. Though the starting pitchers have already begun to warm up, so we should get through our news from the Angels organization. Starting with the AAA ball club, Salt Lake, Joe Saunders picked up another victory. Saunders going 8 innings to lead Salt Lake to a 5-2 win over Albuquerque yesterday. Saunders held the Isotopes without a run until the 8th inning and then gave up 2 runs on a couple of base hits. Finished 2 runs on 6 base hits, walked 4, and struck out 3. Casey Kochman had a 3 base hits, including 2 solo home runs. Dusty Bergman with a scoreless ninth registered his 6th save. Saunders has won his last 2 games at Double-A after getting hit hard in his first game. Actually, that's Triple-A. Last 2 games has gone 15 innings, allowing only 7 hits with 2 runs scored against him. So Saunders in 3 appearances after the promotion to the Salt Lake Stingers is 2-1 with a 2.49 ERA. Angels have talked about promoting somebody from within the minor league organization as they need a little help in the starting rotation. They may just do it with Joe Saunders the way he has pitched recently. I think he's made a big statement. Elsewhere in the system, yesterday, the Single-A club in Rancho Cucamonga moved into a first-place tie in the California League South, defeating Lake Elsinore 8-6. Quakes had a 6-1 first-inning lead. They got a 3-run double from Baltazar Lopez and a 2-run homer from Bobby Wilson, who finished with 3 base hits. Bobby Zimmerman got the final 4 out, saving his 11th on the year. All the other teams in the organization lost yesterday, including the big club. Lost an 18-inning battle against the Toronto Blue Jays. It was their 4th consecutive loss, and that dropped the Angels into first place by just 3.5 games over the Oakland A's. And the Angels today are starting a series at Yankee Stadium, and Irvin Santana will be the starting pitcher for the Angels. Santana's been a winner his last 2 times out, including a victory over the Yankees. Went 5 innings last time out against New York, and he'll be taking on the Yankees once again today. Keep you updated on that game from Yankee Stadium, as well as all the scores from the Texas League and the majors as we go throughout the broadcast today. Right now, let's take a break. We'll come back with the starting lineups. Game 1 coming up in about 7-8 minutes right here on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
The ITT Tech pregame show has been brought to you by ITT Technical Institute, now online at itt-tech.edu. Stay tuned next for Arkansas Traveler Baseball right here on the CSN Radio Network.
The following is a message from George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton.
We're here today because, like you, we share a strong desire to do everything we can to help alleviate the terrible suffering caused by the recent tsunami disaster.
Millions of people have lost loved ones, including children, homes, and in some cases, hope. And though it happened on the other side of the world, it touches our hearts, and we want to help.
The greatest source of America's generosity is the good heart of the American people. And that's why we come to you, not as presidents, but as 2 private citizens.
Everyone can help, and every dollar contributed will impact someone's life. So visit usafreedomcorps.gov to choose a reputable charity to accept your donations directly. You can trust that your contribution will be well spent.
No one can change what happened,
but we can all change what happens next. Thank you.
To make a cash donation to a reputable charity, visit usafreedomcorps.gov. A PSA brought to you by the Ad Council.
Young man now, I just wanted to take a few minutes and talk about men and women.
I know all about that stuff.
Well, you might know a little biology, but do you know how to treat a woman?
I guess I could use a little direction. So how do I treat a woman, Dad?
You know, I'm not going to tell you. You have to figure that out by yourself.
How?
Well, first I suggest you watch a lot of bad TV and violent movies and observe how women get treated there.
Okay, I'm kind of doing that already. What else?
Well, let's see. Oh, yeah, when you're at school, be sure to take careful note of what irresponsible older boys say.
I sure will.
Sometimes the only message boys get is the wrong one. Many young men need advice and direction on how to behave towards women. You can help provide it. By teaching boys early that violence against women is wrong, you can help prevent domestic violence. For tips on what to say, visit www.endabuse.org. End Abuse. Teach early. This message is brought to you by the Ad Council and the Family Violence Prevention Fund.
presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network, brings you Arkansas Traveler Baseball. Today's game is brought to you by the ITT Technical Institute online at itt-tech.edu, by Coca-Cola, make it real, by Miller Lite, prevent taste loss with Miller Lite, by Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate, and by the Sonic Drive-In. Arkansas Traveler Baseball is brought to you statewide on the Creative Sports Radio Network by Vail Honda. See the new Honda cars and trucks today. The U.S. Air Force, crossing to the blue. The Bank of the Ozarks, with several locations to serve you. And by the Conedo Tax Advisory Group. And now, the Texas League Arkansas Travelers.
Welcome back to Lawrence Dumont Stadium here along the banks of the Arkansas River. Phil Elson with you for the doubleheader. Let's get to the starting lineups for Game 1. Wichita entering at 19-15 in the second half, in first place by one game, 54-50 overall. They'll have Brett Groves leading off, playing second base. Batting second in left field, Shane Costa. Hitting third, the shortstop, Mike Aviles. Cleaning up at first base, Josh Presley. The five-hitter is at third base for the Wranglers. It's Brennan King. Batting sixth and catching, John Draper. The seven-hitter, right fielder, Corey Aldridge. Batting eighth in center field, Mitch Meyer. And batting ninth, the designated hitter, Rudy Gomez, former Traveler, batting ninth. Travs enter the game at 18-16 in the second half. One game in back of the Wranglers, 52-52 overall. Reggie Willits leads things off. He'll be in center field. Batting second, and at shortstop is Eric Ibar. Three-hitter, second baseman, Howie Kendrick. Cleaning up and catching, Mike Napoli. Batting fifth, the right fielder, Tommy Murphy. Hitting sixth at first base, Kendry Morales. Batting seventh at third base, Greg Porter. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, Mike Elward. And batting ninth in left field, Jason Espedo. Willie Collazo takes the mound in Game 1 for the Travs. The little left-hander out of Miami, Florida, is 1-2 with a 3.22 ERA. It'll be his 19th appearance and his fourth start. Ryan Baerlocher, the pitcher for the Wranglers, right-hander, out of Lewiston, Idaho, making his ninth start with the Wranglers. He's 4-2 with a 2.68 ERA. Coming up next, we've got the first pitch as the Wranglers have taken their positions. This is the CSN, Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
He joined the Air Force in 1964 and served in Vietnam. He commanded forces in the far corners of the globe. Rising through the ranks, he served as a three-star general at the Pentagon. You'd think 30 years of distinguished service would be plenty. But if you're Norman G. Leasy, Lieutenant General, retired United States Air Force, that's just the beginning. Today, he's pursuing a new career as Walmart's Vice President of National Government Relations. Norm's journey took him near and far, through Asia, Scandinavia, Europe, the Middle East, and Webster University, where he earned a master's degree that served him well in his career. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge for real-world success.
For more information about graduate degrees from Webster University in Little Rock, visit them on the web at webster.edu or call them 800-828-2598.
Hey fans, Bill Valentine here with a question. When was the last time you saw the Travs turn to triple play? That's right, I can't remember either. So this year, we're going to celebrate if the Travs manage to turn that trick. $100,000 to one fan if the Travs complete a triple play during the sixth inning of a home game. You got to be 18 to enter with a valid driver's license, and you must be present to win. It's a Travelers' $100,000 triple play giveaway all season long here at Ray Winder Field.
Soul of Mexico, her voice soars above a sweet Spanish guitar. Handed up in like Dr. Pepper, originality made her a star. The taste of Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, salutes individuality, and gives life a personality. Be you, do what you do, be you, that is better, Dr. Pepper.
We are set for baseball here along the banks of the Arkansas River. It looks like that fire that seemed to be raging out of control is slowly being brought under control by the Wichita Fire Department. A fire located, as I've been told, in a titanium warehouse, a little less than a mile away from the ballpark. There's Highway 400, which is known as Kellogg Highway out here at Wichita. It's located just to the right of the ballpark. And across that highway is where the fire is pluming that black smoke over the downtown. And it's blowing higher up in the air. It's not floating into the ballpark anymore, but for a while there, it looked like that smoke may overcome the ballpark, but luckily the winds are blowing it a little further up in the air and not straight down. The winds are blowing out pretty hard as we get ready for this doubleheader. The wind's coming out at about 20 miles an hour, blowing out to left field, which means that they're coming from the south-southeast. Maybe the Travs can get some balls into that jet stream today. They were out-homered last night 3-1 by the Wranglers, a team that is the second top power hitting team in the league. 100 home runs have been hit by the Wranglers this season, and they have saved many of their power moments for when they're swinging against the Travs. This is game number 20 between the two teams, and the Wranglers have hit 20 home runs against Arkansas here in the 2005 season. Starting things off for the Travs is center fielder Reggie Willits. Travs taking aim today in game 1 against right-hander Ryan Baerlocher, who is here in his 5th season in the Texas League. Big right-hander out of Lewiston, Idaho. Deals the first pitch of the day at 5:36, and Willits takes a ball down low. We're underway a little bit late, but here in Wichita they think it was 5:32. As we mentioned before, they go by Wichita Standard Time here at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. 1-0 to Willits, and it's a sharp ground ball to the second baseman. Brett Groves will field it cleanly and throw Willits out. And that's the way we start the doubleheader. Routine 4-3 ground out to bring up the Travs' number 2 hitter and shortstop Eric Ibar. Ibar starting today at .284 with 4 home runs, 34 batted in, and on a 5-game hitting streak. Switch hitter stands in, draws a line from the back of the plate towards the corner of the box that he'll dig his left foot into. Twists it around and gets himself a nice push off. And here's Baerlocher pushing off from the mound to the first pitch. Fastball, and it's lined over shallow left field, but coming in to make the catch is Shane Costa. So 2 quick outs on only 3 pitches, and that brings up Howie Kendrick. Here's the defense behind Baerlocher. Left fielder is Shane Costa. Center is Mitch Meyer, and in right, Corey Aldridge. On the infield, it's Brennan King at third base. Mike Aviles, the shortstop. Brett Groves at second. First base is Josh Presley. Battery mate for Baerlocher is John Draper. Kendrick, right-handed batting second baseman, takes a strike on the inside corner. Called by Joe Maiden, ball and strike umpire for game 1. Crew chief Delphine Colon at third base. Jeremy Sparling is the first base umpire. An 0-1 to Kendrick, and he skies it high but shallow into right field. Corey Aldridge drifts in with his glove up, shading the sun, and he makes the catch. That's a very quick first inning as Baerlocher gets 3 outs, throwing only 5 pitches. Taking us now into the bottom of the first, here come the Wichita Wranglers against Willie Collazo. This is the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, general manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas-oriented. You know, the things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in her 27th year.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on Live Broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your home page for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
For a reintroduction to one of your close friends, a friend who supported you through many a spring or summer night over the years, and you never have to go searching for him. He's always in the same spot along the third base line. Baseball fans, reintroducing the Ray Winder Field Bleachers. The Bleachers are the place to gather with your other friends to catch exciting Arkansas Travelers baseball. And at just $6 a ticket, there's no place friendlier. Call the Travs at 664-1555 or visit Travs.com.
Willie Collazo hurling today on the pitcher's mound for the Arkansas Travelers. Getting ready to throw a first pitch, that is. 5'9", 170-pounder, left-hander out of Miami, Florida. He's left-handy as well. And he's got Brett Groves stepping into the batter's box to lead it off for the Wranglers. Right-handed batting second baseman, knocked in 3 runs yesterday. Tied the game with a single in the second inning. Was hit by a pitch from Delvin James with the bases loaded in the 4th. Turned out to be the game-winning run, and then had an RBI ground out in the 8th. Collazo dealing, and he misses low for a ball against Groves. Groves hits .224, 1 homer, 21 RBIs, and Collazo's next pitch outside, ball 2. For Willie, his 4th start, lost his last time out, gave up 4 unearned runs in 6 innings to the Tulsa Drillers. There's ball 3, missed with the first 3 pitches outside to Groves. 1 win, 2 losses for Collazo, 3.22 ERA. And he puts the 3-0 right down the middle. Walks, not really usually part of Collazo's game. He walked 4 batters in his last start, which is usually about 2 more than he would usually give over an appearance. 3-1 in there for a strike on the inside corner to Groves, and Collazo brings it full. Collazo, he is about the fastest worker you'll ever see. The pitch is already on the way, and it's low. He walks Groves to start the ball game. So Groves takes his 20th walk of the year, and Collazo already has to work with a runner on base. He's also already thrown more pitches than Ryan Baerlocher did in the first inning. Baerlocher got 3 outs on 5 pitches. Collazo threw 6 pitches to Groves and walks him. Shane Costa stepping into the box. Here are the rest of the numbers on Collazo. 36 of 3rd innings, 32 hits. That walk is the 15th he's allowed. Strikes out 32. Here's a sidearm delivery to Costa. And high and inside, ball 1. Costa hitting .287 with 7 homers, 36 runs batted in. Bent knee stance. Leans back. He's a contact hitter. Very patient as well. Here's the pitch. And it's in there. It's Collazo sidearms a slider in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Nothing score here in the bottom of the first. Travs did get an early lead yesterday and ended up losing by 11 runs. The 1-1 just missed the inside corner as Collazo came with the same pitch, a slow slider that missed that inside corner. So the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Groves the runner at first base, 1 stolen base on the year. Collazo delivers. Costa chops to second base. It's Kendrick onto Ibar at second, 1 out. He leaps in the air and flips to first, and the throw is a little late. Howie Kendrick and Eric Ibar are working on their rapport at second base. They don't quite have the timing together that Alberto Callaspo and Ibar had in the first part of the season. Kendrick gave Ibar a good flip to second base, but it looked like it may have carried Ibar a little off balance. Plus, he had Groves coming into him. So he leaped in the air and flipped while he was in midair. It was a good throw, right on the money, but didn't have all that much on it. And Costa runs well enough to beat it out. So Mike Aviles bats with a runner at first base and takes inside for ball 1. Aviles was the only Wichita starter yesterday without a base hit. He finished 0 for 5. 1-0 pitch. Chopped outside third, foul, and it's 1-1 on Aviles. He's hitting .288 with 11 home runs, 66 runs batted in, and that leaves all current Wichita players. Wranglers playing their second game without Justin Huber, the first baseman, or all-star first baseman, who's since been promoted to AAA. 1-1, chopped to short, another chance for 2. Ibar trying to backhand, he bobbles it. He's able to get the out at second base. He flipped off balance. But that bobble may have cost him a double play, so the Travs have had 2 consecutive force outs at second. This one goes 6-4. And Aviles replaces the base runner at first. The fielders behind Collazo are as such. Jason Espiro's in left, Reggie Willits is in center, Tommy Murphy in right. On the infield from third to first, Greg Porter, Eric Ibar, Howie Kendrick, Kendry Morales. And the dishminder is Mike Napoli. Here's Josh Presley stepping in here. Presley, got to be careful. He is on a power surge with 9 homers in his last 17 games, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. Big left-handed batter is really starting to come into his own as a power hitter. He'd only had about 22 career home runs coming into this season, and boy, he's exploded. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Collazo comes off speed with a very slow breaking ball, and Presley about dug himself a hole, spinning around after he missed that pitch. No balls, 2 strikes on Presley. Presley's hit 17 home runs on the season. He's driven in 59. Of those 17 homers, Presley's hit 2 against the Travs, including a 3-run bomb yesterday. Opens up the stance. Collazo at the belt. Here it comes 0-2. Swing and a miss. He gets him with that slow breaking ball, and a 3-pitch strikeout ends the first inning. So the Wranglers go without a run, no hits. They did get a walk, and they strand a runner at first base. 1 inning in the books. We'll go to the second. 0-0. Now these words on CSN from Bale Honda.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Bale Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock. When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They give free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on Live Broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your home page for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
Stepping into the batter's box to lead off for the Travs in the second is catcher Mike Napoli. Ryan Baerlocher threw only 5 pitches for the outs in the first, and he delivers low to Napoli to start the second. Napoli, Murphy, and Morales will bat against Baerlocher with a 0-0 score. Baerlocher from the windup. Right-hander misses low, and it's 2 balls, no strikes against Napoli. Mike hitting .238. Team and league leading 19 homers, 68 runs batted in. The 2-0. Down low again, and Baerlocher falls behind Napoli. 3 balls, no strikes. Napoli took his team-leading 70th walk yesterday and also struck out for the team-leading 101st time. Here's a 3-0, and he'll take outside ball 4. 4-pitch walk. Wow, Baerlocher threw only 5 pitches, as I mentioned, in the first inning to get 3 outs. And he misses with his first 4 here in the second inning, putting Napoli on the base. Tommy Murphy coming up to bat now. Murphy last night had an 0-for-4 game, struck out twice. Switch hitter batting from the left side. He's playing in his team-high 104th ball game. Napoli leading away from first base. Not quite out of the sliding pit. Here's Baerlocher delivering, and Murphy takes inside. He had to jump away from the plate. Backing off, and it's 1 ball, no strikes as Baerlocher is missed with 5 in a row. Murphy hitting .281 with 11 homers. He's driven in 50. Here's the stretch, and Baerlocher's pitch. Chopped on the right side. Groves tries to make the play and flip to second, but he boots the ball. It goes into right field, and on to third base goes Napoli on an error. That had a chance to be a double play. Probably would have been a force out at second only with Murphy running as well as he does. But the error by Groves will open up a spot for the Travs here in the second inning to get an early lead. On this AstroTurf infield, you don't quite get a true hop. You get a big bounce. It's actually very difficult for infielders to play that, and so Groves tried to leap in the air to bring it down, and it kicked off his belly. He actually jumped where he didn't need to. Here's Morales, batting from the left side, tall in the box. Takes outside ball 1. Well, they have put up the error charge to Groves. Error number 6 on the season for Groves. He's been mostly at second base. And at the corners, nobody out for Kendry. A 1-0. Morales got a good swing and fouls it back. The pitch was aimed at the outside corner, and Morales looked like he tried to pull it, but he did get a nice quick swing through there. Morales has pounded the ball the last 3 games. And the game-winning hits in Springfield on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then yesterday gave the Travs a second-inning lead with a home run to dead center field. Led off the second with his 5th home run of the season. To the belt is Baerlocher, and the 1-1 high and outside. 2 balls and a strike on Morales. Now, Kendry is susceptible to the double play. He's already bounced into 4 double plays in his 38 games at Double-A, and the infield looking for 2 right now. Baerlocher, when he's on, is a ground ball pitcher. Mostly throws fastballs and changeups. An occasional curve is mixed in. The 2-1 to Morales. Another good swing, but a foul straight back. Baerlocher challenging him with heat. And Kendry has had 2 good swings in this at-bat, but hasn't put the ball in play yet. Napoli from third base and Murphy from first, both taking short leads away from the bases. Presley holding Murphy on the base. The stretch and a kick to third. Baerlocher looks at first, and the runners hold. Travs have only been caught with that play once this year. Some people would tell that's one time too many. They actually do a good job holding back on that. The 2-2. And Morales gets hit by the pitch. It was a curveball that was thrown not only in front of the plate, but it was thrown in front of Morales. And it hit him in his right foot. He had no chance to get out of the way of that pitch. It skipped right on his side and then bounced up and clipped him on his leg. And so Baerlocher has had some real trouble throwing strikes in this inning as he missed with his first 5 pitches. And then the only ball that was put into play was muffed up by the second baseman. And so Greg Porter gets a real chance to break things open here in the second inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. And a 0-0 ball game. Hopefully that is about to change. Left-handed swinging Porter, the team's leading hitter at .303. And he swings at the first pitch, a high fly ball into left field. Costa lining himself up. He makes the catch. He'll throw to the plate. Napoli digging in, and he scores with no play. So Porter, very aggressive here in this second inning at-bat. Saw a pitch that he could lift into left field. He does so and collects his 46th run batted in. Napoli crosses the plate for the team leading 67th time. And it's 1-0 Travs on a sacrifice fly. Other runners had to hold. Murphy at second, Morales at first, as that throw was cut off on the infield. And so Mike Elward will come up to the plate looking to drive in a run, maybe 2. Elward had a hit streak end at 5 games yesterday with an 0-for-3 day. Right-handed batter holding the bat in front of his face as he takes a fastball right down Broadway, and Baerlocher gets ahead with a strike. Elward at .266 with a batting average. 10 home runs, 49 RBIs. He had another streak snap yesterday. He had homered in 3 consecutive games until last night. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Elward looks at a curve, and it dropped low, 1-1. Baerlocher has a lot of downward movement on the curveball. And its break is slightly sharp. A little bit of a roll in the break. It's not one of your heavy curveballs. The 1-1 to Elward, and he waits on the curve, popped it up, first base foul territory. Presley with the shades down makes the catch. Bluffing from second Murphy, he's going about a third of the way to third base. Nobody's at second, so there's no way for him to throw him out at second base, so Presley instead will jog the ball all the way to the middle part of the infield, right behind the pitcher's mound. And he went a good 20 feet into the foul grounds in right field to make that catch. So Elward out. He fouls out to the first baseman. There's 2 on and 2 out with 1 run home for Jason Espedo. Travs have brought home a run here without a base hit. And they will need a base hit from Espedo to bring home a run here. Or, who knows, another error by the Wranglers. They've committed 111 on the season. Baerlocher fires a fastball up high to the left-handed number 9 hitter. And it's 1-0 on Espedo. Jason hitting .284 with a home run and 13 batted in. Home run came against the Wranglers. during their last series a couple of weeks ago at Ray Winder Field. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Espedo looks again outside, ball 2. Murphy taking an aggressive lead at second base. He's forcing the shortstop to hold him on, and he's also taking Baerlocher's focus away from the batter. He's really shifty right now at second. Baerlocher gives a glance to Murphy. The pitch, change-up, and it's outside. A 3-0 count on Espedo, as Baerlocher was 3-0 on Mike Napoli to start the inning. Walked him on the 4th pitch. He's hit a batter. And now he's 3-0 on Espedo with Reggie Willits on deck. Here's the pitch. A big swing and a miss as Espedo gives a cut on 3-0. But he got the pitch he wanted, a fastball right down the middle. Baerlocher had no other choice. Espedo last night 1 for 4. He's had a hit in 7 of 8 games. 10 runs batted in during that stretch. A chance for an RBI here. Murphy digging away from second, and the pitch is fouled back off the press level and bounces towards the seats at third base. And it goes to 3-2 as Espedo got 2 pitches to handle, and he got good swings on each of them. Has not been able to put the ball in play yet. A 1-0 lead for the Travs, trying for more. Murphy at second base and Morales at first. And Espedo looking for a pitch to drive. They're going to come inside to him. The runners go. The pitch is popped up. Third base side, going over to the screen is King, and he'll watch it sail into the seats. Up to the upper level of the third base seats, and the count remains full on Espedo. Of Jason's 10 RBIs during the last 8 games, none of them have come on a home run, mostly on singles. So only had a couple of extra base hits during that time. It hasn't been power that Espedo has shown, but it's been more of a little bit of clutch hitting here and there. Base hit here might make it 2-0 if he gets one of the gaps. Who knows? Maybe Morales could score from first. To the stretch, Baerlocher. And here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball to deep center, but Meyer has a play as he drifts at the warning track, cuts in front of it, and makes the catch. So the Travs managed 1 run on no base hits in the second inning. There was 1 Wichita error and 2 Travelers left on the base paths. That'll take us to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Travs on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
You are witnessing some intense pain here, folks. Throbbing muscles, swollen joints. This is pure torture. We're talking total body suffering. Not even the internal organs are...
Bob, the game hasn't started yet.
Game? I'm talking about me.
Don't let orthopedic discomfort interrupt your life. Learn to manage it with Baptist Health in Ortho, Arkansas, the state's leaders in orthopedic medicine. To reach a specialist or for more information, call Baptist Health Healthline at 227-8478 and get back in the game.
Ooh, I can feel that hit up here.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life. Like the time I went on a shop till you drop-a-thon with my girlfriend. So there I am, pinballing from store to store across the vast expanse of this mega mall, forced to give my opinion on her clothing choices, which she promptly ignored. I think it was from all the, yeah, that looks great, honey, but I was parched. Only one thing was going to unparch me, a Coke. I would have cried, but I couldn't spare the fluid. So next time I go shopping, it'll be online. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
Hey, fans, it's easy to get discount tickets to Travs games all year thanks to Ready Ice. Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice presents Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Winder Field. Just pick up a discount coupon for any Wednesday Travs home game anywhere Ready Ice is sold, like most Shell and Exxon gas stations. Bring the coupons to the Travs box office for $3 general admission tickets to any Wednesday home game. That's Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Winder Field all season long. Thanks to Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice.
A 1-0 score with the Arkansas Travelers in front of Wichita to start the bottom of the second inning is Brennan King. Willie Collazo feeds him a strike on the inside corner, and Collazo, working quickly, already delivers the next pitch. King lines it over shortstop for a base hit. Going to the gap to cut it off is Espedo, and he'll keep the leadoff batter King to a single to start the second inning. So King, who had hits in his first 3 at-bats yesterday, gets his 4th base hit of the series. to start the second inning. You'd like to see the Travs hold a 1-0 lead in the second inning today after they could not do so last night. After the Morales home run to start the second inning gave them a 1-0 advantage. Wranglers came right back and managed a run in the second. Here's John Draper, the catcher, taking a strike from Collazo right down the middle. Draper did not play yesterday. He's the backup catcher in place of Matt Tupman. Draper hits .284 in 46 games. An 0-1 low and outside with Collazo's changeup, and it's a ball and a strike. Draper's hit 1 homer. He's knocked in 11. He was 2 for 5 the last game he played against the Tulsa Drillers during the previous series. Short lead by the runner at first. The 1-1. Big swing and a tip off the catcher's mask. It'll just kind of knock Napoli's face mask off to the side slightly, and he'll readjust it. Napoli turns to Draper, who certainly has had that happen to him a few times, being a catcher. Again, that short lead by King at first. He leads away with his hands on his knees. Doesn't take them off the knees as Collazo throws over to first base. That forces King to take his hands off his knees, and he gets back in. That fire that has been going past Kellogg is still going. It's not quite raging anymore. We still have some gray-black smoke coming overhead. 1-2 pitch from Collazo up high to Draper, 2-2. That fire didn't appear till after the Travs took batting practice, and they were taking BP up until about 5 o'clock. And out of nowhere, you see these thick plumes of smoke coming out of the ground. Chopper to short. Ibar takes the bat hop, flips to second. They'll get it out at second. Kendrick relays to first, and it's very late. Ibar and Porter kind of got entangled in the hole at shortstop. Porter very aggressive coming across from third base. Ibar wanted that play all to himself. And Ibar had to play that bad hop. Even on this artificial turf infield, you still get a bad hop on a second bounce. And it has everything to do with the spin of the baseball. It's just like spinning those super balls, those super bouncy balls that could bounce off of a four-wall room about 35 times in 2 seconds. And on that second bounce, it always gives you a bigger hop or a quicker short hop. And that time was the bigger hop, and Ibar able to get that force out at second. That was a nice play. Corey Aldridge, the batter, takes outside ball 1. So Draper, the runner at first on a fielder's choice. 1-0 Travelers. Aldridge playing his second game since a call down from AAA. Toss over to first, and Draper's back. He had hit only 195 with the Omaha Royals and struck out 28 times in 24 games. Then comes back yesterday, goes 3 for 4. Plus a home run. Another throw to first base, forcing Draper back. Boy, for a catcher, Draper has good numbers in steals. He's already stolen 8 bases in 10 attempts. Here's the pitch to Aldridge. Inside, there's a snap throw to first base, and back in there's Draper. Two balls, no strike from Collazo to Aldridge. Both of these guys, Collazo and Aldridge, refugees from the Atlanta organization. And they were teammates at AA for a couple of years. 2-0 pitch up high again, ball 3. Collazo hasn't given Aldridge a fastball to handle. He came with a sidearm breaking ball that moved up high instead of going down. 1 out, runner at first, and a 3-0 on the way. It's at the knees of Aldridge. He takes strike 1. Aldridge was released by the Braves last year and quickly signed by the Royals. Collazo was selected by the Angels out of the Braves organization in the Rule 5 minor league draft. The runner goes, a swing and a miss on a curve. Napoli's throw to second base, skips past Eric Ibar and goes into center field. Reggie Willis comes to pick it up a little too late as Draper goes to third. Stolen base and an error on Mike Napoli, giving Draper third base with 1 away. Napoli did not get a good pitch to throw on. Collazo was able to see Aldridge swing and miss over a slow curve. And Napoli had a chance to throw Draper out. Draper didn't get a good break on the pitch. But that curveballs are so difficult to throw on, and he skipped it in the sliding pit, and it went right by Ibar. The infield will play back. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4 inside, and Aldridge throws the bat to the side and takes a base. So runners at the corners with 1 out for the number 8 hitter. Mitch Meyer scheduled to bat, but before he comes up, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. From Wichita's Lawrence Dumont Stadium, this is the Creative Sports Radio Network, your home for Traveler Baseball.
The center fielder, Mitch Meyer.
One nothing, Travs leading, but that lead in jeopardy now with runners at the corners and 1 away. Mitch Meyer, the batter, left-hander, takes a pitch outside for a ball. Meyer homered yesterday following a home run by Josh Presley. It was his 5th at Double-A. Infield looking for 2 all the way around. Collazo steps off and flips to first base. And Aldridge got back in there. That's the same move Collazo used last start, and he threw that last pickoff move away. This time he got it to the base, but he looked very careful with it. The 1-0, a high bouncing ball that is fouled away from the first base area, and it's 1-1. Meyer got a pretty late swing at that pitch and bounced it in front of the plate, but then it took a hop off to the right side. Ball and a strike. Meyer will be tough to double off. Maybe he can hit a hard ground ball to one of the middle infielders. 1-0 lead for the Travs. Meyer hitting .241, 5 homers, 33 ribbies. The pitch is low. He came with a slider, and Collazo drops sidearm, and having some trouble locating his pitches when he comes sidearm. That's the style that he throws when he's coming from the bullpen as a situational lefty. He's had some trouble throwing strikes out of the bullpen this year. 2-1 pitch. Slow ground ball to short. Ibar scoops it up, bobbles it, steps on second, gets it out, and the throw to first is late. Can't charge an error there, but Ibar probably had that double play easily if he fields the ball cleanly. He picked the ball up just to the left of the sliding pit at second base. But the ball seemed to have some English on it, and it spun out of his glove. Thankfully, he kept the ball in front of him, and while it was bouncing towards second base, Ibar picked it up, stepped on the bag, but his throw to first base was too late to get Meyer, and so that turns into an RBI fielder's choice, tying the game at 1-1. So each team gets an unearned run in the second inning. 2 outs, Rudy Gomez, the batter, and he pops out of play for a strike. By the way, the official score ruled no stolen base for John Draper, so apparently he thought that a good throw may have caught him stealing. Instead, it's a caught stealing and an error charged to Napoli. Mike Napoli's 12th error on the year. 0-1 the count on Gomez, right-handed batter, and there's a flip to first. It's not in time. He has a little bit of a streak going now for Collazo. He's given up in his last 2 starts, 5 runs, all unearned, and another unearned run here. 0-1 count. Into the stretch he goes. Delivers outside. 1-1 on Gomez. Traveler fielders have committed 7 errors now in Collazo's 4 starts, and Collazo committed 2 errors in his last time out. 1-1 on Gomez. He's hitting .235. Willie deals up high. Ball 2. 2-1 on the Wrangler number 9 batter. Gomez has been a bit of a super sub this year. He's riding a 14-game hitting streak, which dates back to June the 8th. Here we are almost 2 months later, so that means he's only played in 14 games since June the 8th. The pitch hit in the air to deep left center by Gomez. Going back, the outfielders, they watch it sail into the scoreboard, and Rudy Gomez hits a 2-run homer. Rudy's first home run of the season. He's never been a big power hitter, and what do you know, he gave the Wranglers a 3-1 lead on his first long ball of the year.
Second baseman, Brett Groves.
That's a bomb by most home run standards, but for Gomez, that is a rocket shot. Brett Groves now back up to the plate at the top of the order, and he misses outside with a pitch, ball one. So now all these missed opportunities in the field are really costing the Travs. A 1-0 up high to Groves, ball two. He walked in the first, was forced out later on. Napoli's poor throw gave Draper third. Ibar unable to turn that double play. That costs 2 runs. Groves flies to center. Waiting for the ball is Willits, and he makes the catch. And the Wranglers are finished in the second inning. 3-run score on 2 base hits, 1 traveler error, nobody left. Taking it into the third now in game 1, the Wranglers get the lead 3-1. This is the CSN Travs Radio Network.
Hit a home run with your family tonight. Whether you're planning a meal before the game or snacks for the game, remember to include milk, cheese, and yogurt in the game plan. 3 servings a day of dairy is the right amount to help keep your body healthy. It's easy. Just look for the 3-a-day logo on your favorite calcium-rich dairy foods at your local retailer. For more information, including recipes and coupons, visit www.3aday.org. Have you had your 3-a-day today? The power of cheese.
1998, New York City marathon runner German Silva made a huge mistake. 1/2 mile from the finish line, he took a wrong turn. When he heard yells from the crowd and saw the looks on their faces, he realized his mistake. He immediately turned around, but the error cost him a crucial 15 seconds. His only hope for winning now was to sprint to make up for lost distance. Did he have the energy? Could he do it? He later said, "Too much work had gone into this race. I had to fight it out." He was able to make up the lost distance and finish first in his division, but only because he refused to allow a wrong turn to knock him out of his quest for the prize. I'm Mark Evans, pastor of the church at Rock Creek. You know, there are times in life when we make a wrong turn, but when we discover that it was a wrong turn, the wise person changes direction.
Unearned runs galore in the second inning for each team. Travs got an unearned run. Wichita gets 3. And it's 3-1 Wranglers as we kick off the top of the third inning with Reggie Willits taking a strike from Ryan Baerlocher. Willits, Ibar, and Kendrick trying to get on base here against Baerlocher. And the 0-1 lined over third but foul as it slices away from the left field foul line. It's 0-2 on Willits. Reggie grounded out in the first inning. Started today hitting .293. No homers, 28 runs batted in. Baerlocher changes the pace. It's outside, ball one. Willits now 1 for 5 this series. Hitting about .225 this month. Baerlocher shakes Owen off and now delivers from the windup. Swing and a miss on a changeup, and Willits is out. First strikeout of the game for either team.
That's the Cricket King. Every strikeout by the Wranglers pitching staff brought to you by Cricket Communications. Stop counting.
So for Baerlocher, that's strikeout number 25 on the season. 45 innings of work, 33 base hits. Hasn't given up a hit yet. The 1 run unearned. Eric Ibar, the Travelers shortstop, first pitch swinging, bouncer to the second baseman. Groves makes that routine play very easily, and there's 2 outs. And Ibar is 0 for 2. Eric not having the greatest game right now. Well, the difference in some games occasionally can even be a play that doesn't go as an error, but you know it probably could have been. Here's Kendrick. Lines the first pitch right field. Aldridge has a beat. 1 step back, 1 step in, and he makes a catch. Almost dropped it. Mr. Snowcone in right field made a basket catch, and that ends the third inning. 3 up, 3 down, and it's 3-1 Wichita. Going into the bottom of the third on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling Brewery.
Hi, I was wondering if I could return my beer for a refund. I just bought a 12-pack for me and my friends. They don't have any taste. Bizarre.
And you want to go ahead and return those?
Does it ever happen where, like, the taste adder guy dozes off or something? Or he pulled a prank on us. Is there a guy named Pete who works there? Because I got a buddy named Pete who used to glue quarters to the floor to watch people try to pry him up. Hysterical. Well, I'll tell you what. No, thank you very much. I'm just going to go get a 12-pack of Miller Lite instead.
If you're going to choose on taste, choose the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller. Good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
Ed and I sell soft drinks at ball games, and he first told me about BC Powder.
We carry big trays of drinks up and down the stadium steps. Man, it's a killer.
And with a backache, that tray feels heavier and heavier.
And the stairs are tough on your knees.
One night I was dragging, and the game wasn't half over.
I told Brian he needed a BC to stop the pain fast, because it goes to work quick.
BC stopped the pain, got me right back to work.
BC goes down easy with a soft drink, but don't tell the boss, okay?
BC, pain relief at the speed of powder. Use as directed.
It's time for a reintroduction to one of your close friends. A friend who supported you through many a spring or summer night over the years, and you never have to go searching for him. He's always in the same spot along the third base line. Baseball fans, reintroducing the Ray Winder Field Bleachers. The Bleachers are the place to gather with your other friends to catch exciting Arkansas Travelers baseball. And at just $6 a ticket, there's no place friendlier. Call the Travs at 664-1555 or visit Travs.com.
Very sluggish start to this ball game for the Arkansas Travelers. Game one of a doubleheader, and they're trailing 3-1. Now in the bottom of the third, Shane Costa leads off for the Wranglers against Willie Collazo. And Costa takes a pitch under his arms inside, ball one. 3 unearned runs for the Wranglers in the second inning on 2 base hits, 1 error, and a home run by Rudy Gomez. There's a strike to Costa, 1-1. Costa reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning. Here he breaks his bat, pops up in a shallow center field. That's going to fall and caught by Reggie Willits. Willits makes a diving catch coming in from center field. He had about 100 feet to cover without much time. That ball wasn't popped up very high. A little higher than a flare, not a dying quail, not a Texas leaguer, but it almost fell in. It was over Kendrick's head as he went out from second base. And Willits just got the glove under the ball when he dives for it in shallow center field. Beautiful catch. So Costa is out. There's one gone, and Mike Aviles takes ball one from Collazo. Next pitch on the way, and it's grounded up the middle. Shortstop Ibar fields it cleanly, fires to first, and gets the out by a half step, and there's 2 gone. Ibar's been having some trouble fielding the ball cleanly today. Had a couple of bobbles that cost him 2 outs already. He made that play cleanly on a pretty well-hit ground ball by Aviles, who now is 0 for 2. He's grounded to shortstop twice. Here's Josh Presley, the Wichita first baseman who Collazo struck out on 3 pitches to end the first inning. From the windup, Collazo kicks. Sidearms the pitch, and it's lofted over Kendrick into right field, and it's a base hit for Presley. Presley seemed to learn his lesson after swinging and missing way in front of 2 curveballs in his first at-bat. He stayed back on that pitch, and though he didn't hit it solidly, he's got enough of the baseball to boost it over the second baseman's head for a clean single. Only the second Wichita hit. Their first one, their third base hit. This is their first one, came from Brennan King, and he is now at the plate, and he takes a first pitch strike. 3-1 Wranglers lead here in the bottom of the third. King single to left field, his 4th base hit of the series. 0-1, swing and a miss. Late swing on the fastball by King, and that brings it to 0-2. Willie Collazo to the belt. Deals outside. Guys looking for Collazo to take this game at least into the 6th inning. Each of his first 3 starts, he's gone at least 6 innings. The 1-2. High drive, deep left, a hanging curveball, and King puts that one over the fence. Another home run, and that makes it 5-1. The Wranglers getting home run happy here in Game 1 as Rudy Gomez hit his first, and for King, that's his 8th. So King 2 for 2 today, and the Wranglers lead by 4. John Draper stands in, bounces the pitch right back to the mound. Collazo plays that one clean and throws Draper out. The third inning is finished, but the Wranglers bring home 2 more runs on 2 base hits. The second home run of the game makes it 5-1 Wranglers. Going into the 4th now on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
In the following, you and the family are sitting at Ray Winder Field, top of the 6th inning. Tulsa has 2 on, nobody out. A line drive to the shortstop, diving catch, tags the runner, throws to second. Hey, it's an amazing triple play. You just won $100,000. That's right. If the Travelers turn a triple play in the 6th inning of a home game this year, one fan wins $100,000. Travs triple play contest all season long. 18 and older with a valid driver's license must be present to win.
You know, a while back when I was growing up, that was a long time ago, the Travelers used to do free tickets for kids with the Not-O gang. Well, the tradition continues at Ray Winder Field thanks to the West Little Rock Optimist Club. Listen to this deal. Every Traveler home game, youth groups can get free box seats. You heard right. Free box seats by calling the Travelers at 664-1555. Just ask for the Optimist Dugout, and each kid in your youth group or baseball team gets a free box seat while the adults pay just $6. You won't find a better deal anywhere in town. The Travs and the West Little Rock Optimist Club are committed to passing I love for baseball to your kids. In order to take advantage of this, you got to call 664-1555 and ask about the Optimist Dugout. Free box seats for youth groups every game, only at Ray Winder Field.
Wichita Wranglers so far are taking it to the Travs here in this series. 13-2 yesterday, and already 5-1 in the opening game of a doubleheader tonight. It's a battle for first place. They were tied for first coming into this series, and Wichita is making no doubt about what is the first place team as of right now. Travs need to wake out of their slumber. Mike Napoli leads off the 4th inning against Ryan Baerlocher. And he'll miss with the first pitch outside. Baerlocher hasn't been completely sharp. Yeah, he's taken care of the first 3 hitters of the order twice. Willett, Ibar, and Kendrick each 0 for 3. Baerlocher gave the Travs a couple of opportunities in the 2nd inning. Napoli takes a strike right down the middle, 1-1. Napoli led up the 2nd inning with a walk on 4 pitches. Then Tommy Murphy bounced to second base, but it was muffed by Brett Groves for an error, giving Napoli third. The 1-1 pitch is low to Napoli, ball 2. And then Baerlocher hit Kendry Morales, and the Travs had the bases loaded and nobody out in the 2nd inning. Only managed 1 run on a sac fly. The 2-1. Fouled at the plate. Strike 2. Neither Mike Elward nor Jason Espedo could come through with an RBI base hit. So the Travs stranded 2 runners in the 2nd inning and went down in order in the 3rd. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Mike Napoli. Baerlocher kicks and comes home. Change up, just missed low. He had Napoli off balance. Baerlocher thought he had a called 3rd strike. The pitch dove at the last second under his knees to bring the count full, 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch. High drive, deep left field by Napoli. Going back is Costa. He turns around and watches it get out of here. Number 20 for Mike Napoli, the first Texas League player to 20 home runs this year. And the Travs strike back immediately with their first base hit of the game, a Mike Napoli home run. RBI number 69 for Napoli, and he has scored both of the Travs runs. Baerlocher and the Wichita dugout, a little upset with plate umpire Joe Maiden, as they thought they had Napoli out on strikes on the 2-2 pitch. Tommy Murphy now bats, and he sends a rising shot to deep right field. That has a chance, but it'll hit the base of the fence. Digging in for second is Murphy, and he's in there with a stand-up double. So the Travs offense has come to life here in the 4th inning. Napoli homers. Murphy follows that with his 17th double. And the Travs, down 3 runs, have a chance here in the 4th inning. Kendry Morales coming up. So Murphy stops a skid of 11 at-bats without a base hit, with a clean double over the right fielder's head. And here's Morales, who reached when he was hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning. From the stretch, Baerlocher kicks. Morales lines it into left field. Coming in is Shane Costa. He slides and makes the catch. Murphy digging back in for second, just ahead of the throw. That was close. Nice catch by Costa in left field. He didn't dive for it. He slid on his wallet to make that catch and just scooped it before it hit the grass. But the Travs are really hitting the ball hard here in the 4th inning. Napoli, Murphy, Morales, all with hard hit line drives. Napoli's just happened to make it over the left field fence. So Morales, the first out of the inning. Greg Porter comes up, looking to drive in Murphy, who takes a lead from second. A pitch up high, ball 1. Righty versus lefty. Porter came to the plate with the bases loaded in the 2nd and hit a sac fly to left field. His 46th RBI of the year. He's got his 47th sitting on the pond right now. The 1-0, backing off. Porter takes ball 2. Baerlocher slowing things down a little now. The 2-0 count to Porter, and the pitch missed outside, ball 3. Fastball just moved a little bit towards the outside corner as it came to the plate. Baerlocher is having some noticeable problems with the strike zone of the plate umpire. Now the sign accepted on 3-0. Here's the pitch. Porter swings, high fly ball, deep left center field, ranging back is Costa, and at the warning track he makes the catch. Murphy was halfway to third. He retreats to second base on the 2nd out of the inning. So another well-hit ball by the Travs here in the 4th inning, but it falls into the glove of the left fielder right on the warning track. Wichita pitching coach Larry Carter makes his way out of the dugout to the mound as Baerlocher is getting hit hard here in the 4th inning, but the Travs have just 1 run and 2 hits to show for it, as Costa has brought in a couple of the last 2 plays. 5-2 is the score. The Wranglers leading the Travs. It's 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for Arkansas. 5 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for Wichita. And once again, the Wrangler home run parade is putting circles around the Travelers. Wranglers have now hit 5 home runs in this series, and it's actually 5 home runs in only 12 innings. Trav pitchers worked just 8 innings yesterday in the loss, and they barely got through 3 innings today, and the 4th with 2 outs. Baerlocher finishes the talk with Larry Carter, and now it's Mike Elward standing in to hit. On to third base going Murphy. The pitch is low. The throw almost went into left field. Brennan King knew that he had no chance to get Murphy at third base, so he stepped in front of the runner and saved the bad throw from the catcher Draper. That ball was destined for left field. The steal for Murphy is 22nd on the year. A ball and no strikes on Elward, who fouled out in the 2nd inning. Here's the pitch from Baerlocher, and it drops low with a changeup. 2 balls, no strikes on the Travs' number 8 hitter, who is also the DH. Elward knocked in 6 runs during his 5-game hit streak that ended yesterday. Hit 3 homers during the streak. Baerlocher leaning in, gets the sign now on 2-0. And the pitch to Elward A fastball on the outside corner, called strike, taken by Elward. Two balls, one strike on the trap, DH. Infield playing deep, the outfield deep as well. Ball carries to left field today. The 2-1, high bouncing ball over the mound, and it'll be stopped by the second baseman Groves, but he deflects it into center field. A run scores as Murphy is home, and Mike Elward makes it 5-3. Boy, Elward didn't hit the ball all that well. It was a high bouncing ball directly over the middle of the pitcher's mound. And it bounced over second base. Groves, who's showing pretty decent range this series, was able to get a glove on it while he dove behind the bag. Could not field the ball cleanly. Jason Espedo, the batter, with a 5-3 score. And he waves and misses at a first pitch. Elward is off of first, and the catcher pegs him at first base. Could have been a busted hit and run as Espedo took a swing at a high fastball. Elward was halfway to second when he slammed on the brakes. Tried to retreat back to first, but easily thrown out. 2-3. So the fourth inning is complete for the Travs. They scored 2 runs on 3 base hits. Nobody left. And after 3.5 in game 1, it's the Wranglers 5 and the Travelers 3. This is the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life. Like the time I went on a shop till you drop a thon with my girlfriend. So there I am pinballing from store to store across the vast expanse of this mega mall, forced to give my opinion on her clothing choices, which she promptly ignored. I think it was from all the, yeah, that looks great, honey, but I was parched. Only one thing was going to unparch me, a Coke. I would have cried, but I couldn't spare the fluid. So next time I go shopping, it'll be online. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
Has always given you and your family the best choices in great food. Many of you are now watching those carbs, and although the Pig and Chick menu has always offered great low-carb items, there's now a special low-carb menu featuring items with the same great taste Pig and Chick is famous for. Of course, you'll still find those great Pig and Chick ribs, barbecue sandwiches, catfish, gourmet sandwiches, chicken, steaks, and more. Bring the whole family for a relaxing dinner. In a hurry, get it to go. Pig and Chick, 7824 Highway 107 in Sherwood. Open 10:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. More than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant. And did you know that every 16 minutes, a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope.
Corey Aldridge leads off for the Wranglers in the bottom of the fourth, takes a strike from Willie Collazo. It's now 5-3, Wichita leading the Travs. Lefty to lefty here, and Aldridge fouls off the 0-1. And it's 0-2 now. Aldridge, the number 7 batter, took a walk in the second inning. He was later forced out on what looked like a possible inning-ending double play. Ivar could not field that ground ball cleanly. Collazo's 0-2, grounded on the right side, 2 steps up the middle by Howie Kendrick, and he'll flip to first base for the first out of the inning. So here comes Meyer, who came to the plate in the second inning with runners at the corners and 1 out. And this right now would be the play of the game. He grounded it slowly, but skipping along towards second base. It was just about 5 feet to the left of second when Eric Ibar arrived on the scene to try to turn a 6-3 double play. And he muffed the ball and was able to only get the out at second base. Meyer was credited with an RBI on a fielder's choice. And here's a pitch. He takes a strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-1. Well, that was Meyer's second RBI in the series. He'd had a solo homer yesterday. Here's a pitch hit deep down the right field line, and that is going to fall in front of the fence. It bounces away from Murphy and rolls on the warning track. Meyer going to try for a triple, and he'll have himself a triple. Standing up at third base with no play. So Meyer shows that good speed. He got to third base very quickly. Not a very high shot, a deep fly ball that Murphy had no play on. And it bounced right in front of the fence on the warning track, then bounced away from Murphy towards center field, rolled along the fence for a few feet. By the time Murphy picked it up, Meyer was already on his way to third base. So Rudy Gomez comes to the plate with a chance to put the Wranglers back ahead by 3. Infield to play for an out at home. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. Inside corner, 0-1. Gomez had the biggest hit of the game thus far, a 2-run homer in the second inning. 0-1, fly ball, left field. Espedo back a few steps. He'll have no play with Meyer coming home from third. The wind blows it further back in front of the warning track. Espedo makes the catch, and Meyer scores. Well, Gomez knocks in his third run of the game. Home run and a sac fly for the former Traveler Rudy Gomez, and the sac fly makes it 6-3. It's the first earned run given up. The third earned run given up by Collazo. The 3 runs in the second, all unearned. Now to the top of the order with Brett Groves. A changeup is low, ball 1. Groves walked in the first, fly to second, and here's a pitch outside, ball 2. Collazo winds with a 2-ball pitch. There's a strike to Groves on the outside corner, and it's 2-1. Well, that fire's picking up again. We've been talking about that fire less than a mile away from the ballpark, and that smoke is coming back over the field. There's ball 3 outside from Collazo to Brett Groves. 6-3. Wranglers lead the Travs here in game 1 of a doubleheader. The 3-1 popped it up on the infield. Shallow left it goes as the wind blows it further to left field. Eric Ibar backpedals out, makes the catch with one hand, and he almost dropped the ball, but he was able to make that catch. 1 run for the Wranglers here in the 4th on 1 hit. Nobody left after 4 in game 1. It's the Wranglers 6 and the Travelers 3. You're listening to the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
The following, you and the family are sitting at Ray Wyndham Field, top of the 6th inning. Tulsa has 2 on, nobody out. A line drive to the shortstop, diving catch, tags the runner, throws to second. Hey, it's an amazing triple play. You just won $100,000. That's right. If the Travelers turn a triple play in the 6th inning of a home game this year, one fan wins $100,000. Travs triple play contest all season long. 18 and older with a valid driver's license must be present to win.
Sports fans across Arkansas remember Jim Elder as a walking baseball encyclopedia and a legendary sports figure who was named the state's top sportscaster 11 times. But Jim was about much more than sports. He loved people, and especially he loved kids. Jim passed away in 1998, but his memory lives on through the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund, working closely with programs such as the First Tee Park and the Lamar Porterfield RBI program. The Jim Elder Good Sport Fund helps kids learn leadership, sportsmanship, and a strong work ethic through sports. To learn more about the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund, go to www.jimelder.org.
Hey, nobody said quitting smoking was easy, but others have done it, and you can too, with help from the SOS Quit line, 1-866-NOW-QUIT. They'll give you the help you need to kick the tobacco habit. It's free, and it's free of nagging and preaching too. So call 1-866-NOW-QUIT and get the help you need. What have you got to lose, besides the most dangerous habit you've ever had? 1-866-NOW-QUIT. Call now.
Jason Espedo leading off the 5th inning with an 0-1 count already. Ryan Baerlocher misses with the next pitch inside, so it's 1-1 on Espedo. Starts 5th inning. 6-3 Wranglers over the Travs. Baerlocher, the pitch down and in, and it's 2-1. 4 innings of work for Baerlocher. He has scattered 3 base hits. All those hits came in the 4th inning. Home run by Mike Napoli, double by Murphy, and Mike Elward single. Espedo swing and a miss on a changeup, and it's 2-2. He was batting in the 4th inning when Mike Elward was caught off of first base by the Wrangler catcher, John Draper, and summarily thrown out. The 2-2. Slow bouncer, right side. Groves makes the leap on the second bounce, picks it up and throws him out. One gone, and Espedo is 0 for 2. Here's Reggie Willits. Traveler center fielder is 0 for 2. The top of the order hasn't done much today. Willits, Ibar, Kendrick combining 0 for 6 the first 2 times through the order. One out here in the 5th. The base is empty for Willits. Here's Baerlocher from the windup. And he starts with a slider that didn't slide. It stayed up high. Ball 1. Third baseman is up a little bit. And the 1-0 pitch is thrown. Willis tries to drag bunt, but he bunts it right back to the mound. Baerlocher makes the easy play for out number 2. So Willits unable to drag that ball along with him down the first base line. Not swinging the hottest stick these days, so it's a nice idea to try to bunt your way on, especially with Reggie's speed. It's been a while since he bunted for a base hit. 2 outs. Ibar the batter. Eric 0 for 2. He's flied to left and grounded to second. He shows bunt. The pitch is in there for a called strike. Top of the 5th inning here, so the Travs only have another 7 outs to work with, and they're trailing by 3. The 0-1 fouled back again as Ibar took that Ichiro Suzuki swing. He's getting better with it. He's produced a few singles with that base hit. Sometimes it's difficult for Ibar to not be caught off balance on that swing where he kind of goes to his tiptoes on his left foot. The next pitch, swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. Reaching out to try to tag him. Draper misses the tag, but he will flip over the base runner for the final out of the 5th inning. 2-3 goes the out at first base, and for Baerlocher, that is his second strikeout. 3 up, 3 down in the 5th. The Wranglers have a 6-3 lead over the Travs. We go to the bottom of the 5th on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
And now Sonic presents Molly, Brian, and some cookie dough hijinks.
This Sonic cookie dough blast is great.
I love it.
It's got all these little bits of cookie dough in there. You know, it just reminds me when I was little, my mom was making some cookies, and I got all the dough, and I ate all of it before she could cook the cookies.
Oh.
And I tell you, my reaction to that sugar was pretty phenomenal. I sort of started vibrating, you know, and running around and getting really hyper. And at one point, I thought that I was an actual beam of light. And, you know, I was running around the house saying, I'm a beam of light, I'm a beam of light. And,
honey,
yeah.
You did that last week.
Was that last week?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know you'd eaten a bunch of cookie dough. That actually makes me feel better.
Cookie Dough Blast, new at Sonic. It's the irresistible taste of chocolate chip cookie dough blended into a creamy frozen treat. Try one tonight because Sonic's open till at least midnight all summer long. Sonic's Cookie Dough Blast at participating Sonic drive-ins. It's not just good, it's Sonic
Get
good.
out today and hit the links. Stone Lakes. Stone Lakes Golf Course is rated as one of the best public courses in the state. Sporting beautiful bent grass greens, plus lush fairways and tees. Stone Lakes has matured over the past 3 years into a true test of golf. Stone Lakes features reasonable green speeds and 18 lake-style holes located 1 mile off I-440 on Faulkner Lake Road. Call 945-0945 for Stone Lakes or visit online at stonelakes.net.
Shane Costa trying to bunt his way on to start the 5th inning, but he bunts it too close to the mound. Collazo, still on the mound for the Travs, able to field it with the bare hand, and he throws Costa out. Not a very close play at first base, goes 1-3. Bottom of the 5th inning, and the Wranglers lead 6-3 over the Travs. Arkansas did have a second inning lead erased as the Wranglers utilized a traveler error and a muff double play to score 3 runs in the second. No, by the way, Rudy Gomez had a 2-run homer. Mike Aviles takes a first pitch for a called strike. Aviles twice has grounded to shortstop. And he's 0 for 2. Another ground ball, this one on the third base side, and it's Greg Porter making the play. His throw is in time and just retired Aviles. That was a routine play, but Aviles didn't treat it like a routine play. He was busting up the first base line. And Porter just had enough on the ball to get him in the nick of time. 2 quick outs to bring up Josh Presley. Same situation as back in the third inning when Collazo retired Costa on a diving catch in center by Willits. Then Aviles grounded to Ibar. And then Josh Presley singled to right field and came home on a homer by Brennan King. King on deck as Presley steps into the batter's box. Left-handed batter holding the bat high. Collazo delivers outside, ball 1. Texas League games will be starting in about 15 minutes. We have the only doubleheader on tap tonight. 1-0 pitch, ground ball, base hit into center, and Presley is 2 for 3 with his second 2-out single of the ball game. And Brennan King comes back up. This is the guy you don't want at the plate right now. With his 2 base hits in game 1 of the doubleheader, King is 5 for 7 over the 2 games of this series. Singled in the second and hit his 8th home run of the season, a 2-run shot in the third. Pitch on the way. King takes it high, ball 1. King entered the game hitting .283. In that average up there now. Pitch outside from Collazo, ball 2. King has now hit 3 homers against the Travs, but his previous 2 had come at the expense of Joe Saunders, each time in the 6th inning for a game-winning homer. And there's another line drive to deep left field, and that is over the head of Espedo, and it's gone! Another home run for Brennan King, his second of the game, and he's 3 for 3 with 4 runs batted in. I mean, this 5th inning, it exactly mirrors the 3rd inning. 2-out single by Presley, home run by King. It's just a broken record. That makes the score 8-3. Third home run of the game for the Wranglers, and they have hit 6 home runs in 2 games. John Draper now the batter. And a swing and a miss of the first pitch, strike 1. Up and throwing in the bullpen, Kevin Lynch, the new traveler reliever who has replaced Matt Wilhite on the active roster. 0-1 outside, 1-1. Boy, home runs have been a big problem against the Wranglers. They've now hit 23 against the Travs in 20 games. 1-1. Ball outside, 2-1. Draper reached on a fielder's choice to the shortstop in the second and scored the tying run and hit to the mound in the third. Here's a shot to the second baseman. On one skip, it's Kendrick making the play. The throw to first retires the side. Another home run by Brennan King. Second of the ball game. He's 3 for 3. That home run makes it 8-3 Wichita as we go into the 6th inning on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They get free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Vail Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on Live Broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your home page for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at CSNSports.com. That's CSNSports.com with live coverage worldwide on the Internet. CSNSports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
To 3, Wichita leads as we go into the top of the 6th inning, and the Travs needing to break out the bats once again. They only have 6 more outs to work with. Otherwise, they're about to lose their first game of the doubleheader. Haven't lost a doubleheader game this year. In the previous 8, they've won 8. Howie Kendrick leads off the 6th inning. And first pitch, he grounds foul outside third. And, you know, they've got a band still playing in the party area behind Ye Old Beer Garden, which rests behind the Traveler bullpen. And now they've stopped playing finally. Kendrick swings and misses on a curve from Baerlocher, and it's 0-2. Baerlocher in 5 innings has allowed only 3 base hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, a homer by Mike Napoli, who's on deck. 0-2 to Kendrick, a foul ball. Kendrick twice has flied out to right field. Just a sluggish game right here in the opener. And Wichita not the sluggish team. The 0-2 pitch. Another foul ball. Baerlocher coming with nothing but slower, and slowest to Kendrick. Trying to throw off Howie's timing, but he's able to stay just a little bit back on those balls to keep himself at the plate. Another 0-2 pitch on the way. And it's up high with a fastball. Kevin Lynch continuing to warm up in the bullpen, so that'll tell you Willie Collazo will be finished after 5 ineffective innings. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. The ball bounces in the dirt, but Draper scoops it up clean, throws to first, and that completes Baerlocher's 3rd strikeout. So Kendrick struggling for the first time here at Double-A. He is without a base hit in 7 at-bats this series. Now it's Mike Napoli standing in. Napoli led off the 4th with his 20th home run of the year. And it was the first home run that Baerlocher had allowed since his first outing with Wichita. That was back on June the 8th. Here's a windup. And low with the first pitch, ball 1. Baerlocher started the season on the disabled list. Tommy John surgery. 3 appearances at AAA Omaha out of the bullpen. There's a strike in there to Napoli, and it's 1-1. Came here to Wichita June 8th. Been in the starting rotation ever since. This is his 3rd game against the Travs. He's 1-1 against Arkansas. Change up low to Napoli, ball 2. 2-1. Wranglers leading 8-3 here in the top of the 6th inning. Wichita won at 13-2 yesterday. The 2-1 to Mike. Outside, ball 3. So Napoli may just get on base for the 3rd time today. He's taken a walk, homered. On deck is Murphy. He's been on base twice. Baerlocher delivers 3-1 and misses under the knees for ball 4. 2 walks from Baerlocher, both to Mike Napoli. Tommy Murphy is scheduled to bat next as he digs himself a little push-off hole in back of the batter's box. Murphy hit a rising double to the base of the right field wall in the 4th. Then he stole 3rd and scored on a single by Mike Elward. That was the last time the Travs had a run score. Baerlocher ready at the belt. And Murphy out in front of the change, pops it up behind first base. On the infield, it's the second baseman Groves coming in behind Presley. And Groves makes the catch for out number 2. Kendry Morales coming up to the plate now. Baerlocher making some short work of the Travs today. Baerlocher effective with that off-speed stuff. He has to be. That is his bread and butter. Morales hit by a pitch in the second. Hit a sharp line drive in the fourth, but it was caught by Shane Costa in left field. Here's a change and a swing and a miss by Kendry. Strike one. Two outs and Napoli, the runner at first base. Presley coming in behind him. Half holding him on. Here's the pitch. Just missed the outside corner again with an off-speed delivery, and it's 1-1 to Morales. Straight away, the infielders and outfielders. Baerlocher comes set above the belt. Deals outside. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike against the Traveler number 6 hitter. Morales with 5 hits and 6 RBIs during his last 3 games. Travs could use an extra base hit here. His 2-1 pitch is popped out of play. That'll get over the bullpen in left field. Falls in front of the hitting cage, and it's 2-2. Baerlocher shaking off 1 and 2 signs. Now ready at the belt. And the pitch to Morales. Line drive to the gap in right center field. That is falling in for a base hit. Takes a bounce over the fence, and Napoli will be forced to hold up at third base on a book rule double. Oh, that is just a little bit of bad luck right there. Napoli had home plate all to himself. There would have been no play at home. Morales hit that ball just in front of the warning track in right field. If he hit it on the warning track, the ball may have bounced up against the fence rather than bouncing over the wall.
The third baseman, Greg Porter.
So Morales with his first base hit of the night, his 7th double. Greg Porter looking for a clutch 2-run hit. 2 runners on, 2 batters out. And the Travs trailing by 5 with just 4 outs to work with. Porter is 0 for 1. Takes the first pitch. Curves. Strike 1. In the second inning, Porter stepped to the plate with the bases loaded and flied out to left field, forcing Napoli home. Then in the fourth inning, hit a drive to left field, but it fell into the glove of Costa on the warning track. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Checked, it's in the dirt, bouncing away. Here comes Napoli. He scores. On to third goes Morales, and the Travs catch a break here in the 6th inning on a wild pitch. After the Wranglers caught a break on that book rule double, it's the Travs that catch a break on Baerlocher's wild pitch. So runner at third base with a run home. It's now 8-4 Wichita. 2 outs and a ball and a strike on Porter. Baerlocher will work from the windup, and Porter chops on the right side. Leaping, Presley makes a backhand play. Baerlocher hustles, and Porter just thrown out. Very close play at first base. Goes 3-1. 6th inning is finished. Travs managed 1 run on 1 base hit. No errors, 1 runner left. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's the Wranglers 8 and the Travelers 4. This is the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet in Jacksonville offers a 3,000-mile warranty on every used vehicle. Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet puts a brand new set of tires on every used vehicle. Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet puts a bed liner in every used truck. Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet offers a certificate of assurance that every used vehicle is good enough for a mom to drive. Fact. Only at Gwatney Chevrolet will you get the new car smell without the new car price. Fact. Gwatney Chevrolet in Jacksonville is the only place to shop for new and used.
An accident involving a large truck can cause a lot of damage. If you're injured, you need a law firm that knows what they're doing. And while facts differ and results vary, we've got a verdict as large as $12.5 million in a single tractor-trailer case. Put this experience on your side. Call us at Gary Eubanks & Associates. We'll win your case, or you don't owe us a dime.
Is
is the linen and apparel company to get your team into a professional uniform program. Ameripride features a wide range of high-quality custom programs for the manufacturing industry, hospitality and food service, medical or dental uniforms, and professional and executive wear. Call 664-5575 to schedule a presentation with an Ameripride consultant. Also specializing in the finest quality table linens, rental mats, and restroom services. Call 664-5575 for Ameripride, the official garment supplier of the Arkansas Travelers.
Wranglers 8, Travelers 4, heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. Willie Collazo has been lifted, and we get our first look at Kevin Lynch. Lynch, who has replaced Matt Wilhite on the active roster, while Matt tends to his family back in Franklin, Kentucky, dealing with their family tragedy. Lynch wears number 35. He's a right-hander, 22 years old, from Fort Pierce, Florida. 6'2", 200 pounds. And he's also a draftee from this year's draft, signed in the 26th round, 2005, out of Florida State. And Lynch, who is the career leader in games pitched in for the Seminoles, appeared in 136 games with Florida State, and he's about to make his Double-A debut. Stepping in to lead it off in the 6th inning is Corey Aldridge. It'll be Lynch from the windup. Aldridge left-handed. First pitch is low, ball 1. Lynch came to the Travs from the rookie affiliate in Orem, Utah. Here's a 1-0. Aldridge skies it high, deep center. Willits back at the warning track. He's up against the fence, leaps, and did he make the catch? He did not. It's over the fence. A home run to start the 6th inning by Corey Aldridge. It's the 4th Wranglers home run. Boy, Willits almost robbed Aldridge of a home run. He went back up against the center field wall, and he timed his leap perfectly, but the ball just got over the tip of his glove, and Aldridge hits his 17th home run. So Lynch allows a home run to the first batter he faces at Double-A. Lynch had been the top reliever for the Orem Owls in the Pioneer League. A home run to start his Double-A career, and here's Mitch Meyer hitting a foul ball on the first pitch. Strike 1. Lynch hadn't allowed a home run in Orem. 12 games with no home runs, and only 3 runs scored against him. Meyer grounds to second base, and Kendrick makes the play, backing up. He throws to first for out number 1. That home run by Aldridge makes it 9-4. Every time the Travs have scored today, Wichita has answered with at least 1. Arkansas got ahead in the 2nd inning with 1 run. Wranglers put up 3. After the Wranglers had a 5-1 lead after the 3rd inning, Arkansas put up 2 in the 4th. Wranglers answered with 1. Same thing here in the 6th inning. 1 run for the Travs. Wichita gets 1. Here's Rudy Gomez, and he drives a base hit between third and shortstop. Rudy Gomez is 2 for 2. His 2-run homer in the 2nd inning, and a sacrifice fly in the 4th. Travs getting killed here in Game 1 by Gomez and Brennan King, who's hit a couple of home runs. Even more alarming is the rate at which Wichita is scoring runs. Yesterday, the Wranglers scored in every inning after the 3rd. They didn't come to the plate in the 9th. So they had 8 innings to hit. They were off the scoreboard only twice. Today, the Wranglers have scored in every inning except the 1st. Here's Brent Groves, grounds to the right side, and Morales boots the ball. It kicks off his foot, rolls up his arm, and into shallow right field. And coming on to pick it up is Murphy. Gomez goes to second. Groves at first on the error charge to Morales. Second Traveler error of the game. Morales ranged off the base only a couple of steps. He was going to try to start a double play with a force out at second. And it didn't look like he took his eye off the ball to get the out at second base. The ball just was right out of the glove. So Shane Costa bats as he takes a strike on the outside corner. Lynch delivers 0-1. Popped it up, Costa did, in a shallow left center field. Reggie Willits out there, makes the catch. Runners bluff the tag. Here's the throw going to third base, where Ibar cuts it off at shortstop. 2 outs, 2 on for Mike Aviles. Wranglers 9, Travs 4. Arkansas coming up in the 7th inning, sending the number 8 hitter Mike Elward to lead off, followed by Espedo and Reggie Willits. But first, Kevin Lynch is going to have to get out of this 6th inning, allowing just a 1 run on Aldridge's leadoff homer. Aviles is 0 for 3 as he skies one to the left fielder Espedo. 2 steps in, he makes the catch, and the 6th inning is complete. Wranglers score another run on a homer by Aldridge. They got 2 hits. There was 1 Traveler error, and 2 runners were left. Last chance for the Travs going into the 7th inning. Wichita leads 9-4. This is the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fishing, tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, coffee makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into the other book, not the other book. Fences, gates, inline skates, artists, posers, florists, grocers, water coolers, bakers, jewelers, everything from A to Z. Duct tape, landscape, sit-down mowers, dentists, false teeth, uppers, lowers, wholesale, retail, bomb mail, white whale. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into the other book. Let your fingers walk into the other book, not the other book.
To place your ad at people's fingertips, call 1-800-YB-YELLOW. Yellow Book, not the other book.
Go your own way with National Car Rental. Take a one-tank trip and discover Arkansas. National's great weekend special is just what you need for a trip to the Ozarks. Or get your friends together and rent a minivan to historic Eureka Springs. National offers a wide choice of sizes and styles, from luxury cars to vans and sport utility vehicles. Unlimited mileage rates are available. National Car Rental has 2 convenient locations, Little Rock Airport and North Little Rock at 3919 Park Avenue. See National Car Rental's ad in the yellow pages. Go your own way with National Car Rental.
Final chance for the Travs here in Game 1. They're behind the Wranglers 9-4. Ivan Reyes will lead off the 7th inning with Mike Elward being taken out now. So Reyes gets a pinch hit at bat, and he'll take a called strike. Reyes, who had a double yesterday in place of Eric Ibar in the 8th inning, is batting .385 in his 5 games with the Travs. There's a pitch from Baerlocher outside. It's 1-1. Ryan Baerlocher trying to complete this game. He has allowed 4 base hits, 4 runs, and 3 of those runs earned. Walked a couple, hit another batter, struck out 3. There's another strike to Reyes. Brings it to 1-2. There's a right-hander warming up in the Wichita bullpen. They've got Steve Bray getting ready. Baerlocher steps back and delivers the 1-2, and he strikes him out swinging. Reyes is out number 1. Number 4 for Baerlocher, 1 gone in the 7th. A Wichita win guarantees them a first-place spot going into tomorrow. If they split this doubleheader, it'll end up Travs still behind by 1 game. If Wichita sweeps this doubleheader, it'll guarantee them first place after the series. Start this series with a tie. Whoever wins 3 of 5 is going to be the first place team. David Gates, the batter, swings and misses at a first pitch, strike 1. Jason Espedo is lifted from the ball game now, with Gates getting a pinch hit at bat. Baerlocher throws to Gates, and it's fouled at the plate, and it's 0-2. Gates didn't play yesterday. Wednesday started in the outfield, went 0 for 3, hitting .254 with 13 homers. Travs need a big rally. They're down by 5, 2 outs to go. Here's the pitch. A ball under the knees, and it's 1-2 on Gates. There's a fire truck coming past the right field fence at the ballpark. 1-1, hit in the air to center. Drifting back is Meyer at the warning track. He makes the catch and goes into the fence. And out number 2 of the 7th inning. Gates gives it a ride. That ball is really carrying out to center and left field today. There's been 5 home runs, 4 of them hit by the Wranglers. All of them to either center or left. Now that fire truck is going in the opposite direction of the fire, which is still raging past the highway. Now that smoke is still making its way over downtown Wichita. Wranglers leading 9-4, 2 outs in the 7th inning. Here's Baerlocher delivering to Reggie Willits, and a ball taken high, 1-0. Ball, no strikes. Willits is 0 for 3. Here's the pitch. In there. Very slow pitch. You could call that a changeup of a changeup. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Willits slices a fly ball to left field. Costa drifts back and makes the catch. And this game is finished. Wichita wins it, and for the first time this season, the Arkansas Travelers lose a game in a doubleheader. 9-4, the final score. We'll have the totals coming up after these words on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Anybody ever say to you, look like somebody's got a case of the Mondays? What are the Mondays? Are you supposed to be glum and depressed just because the work week started? What a bunch of baloney. Here at Ray Winder Field, we're going to turn Mondays into something you can look forward to. That's because the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette presents Democrat-Gazette Mondays here at Ray Winder Field. Every Monday, the Travs are home. You just pick up a copy of the Democrat-Gazette, and there'll be a discount coupon right in the sports section, good for $3 admission. See, Mondays aren't so bad, at least not during the baseball season. So the next time someone tells you about a bad case of the Mondays, grab 2 quarters, get the Democrat-Gazette, and show them that the Mondays are a good thing to get. It's a $3 coupon every Monday, brought to you by the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette. Hey, imagine the following. You and the family are sitting at Ray Winder Field, top of the 6th inning. Tulsa has 2 on, nobody out. A line drive to the shortstop, diving catch, tags the runner, throws to second. Hey, it's an amazing triple play. You just won $100,000. That's right. If the Travelers turn a triple play in the 6th inning of a home game this year, one fan wins $100,000. Travs triple play contest all season long. 18 and older with a valid driver's license must be present to win.
The Air Force is the only branch of service with its own community college. It's called the Community College of the Air Force, and it makes a difference. You see, in the Air Force, you earn college credit for learning your job. You can earn an associate's degree in one of 66 career fields. Your job experience goes farther in the Air Force. For more information, call 1-800-423-USAF or log on at airforce.com. Cross into the blue with the U.S. Air Force. No one comes close.
In the Texas League All-Star Game in 1977, on August the 4th of that year, the All-Star Game was played at Ray Winder Field in Little Rock between the Arkansas Travelers and the Texas League All-Stars. You would think that the Texas League All-Stars would have the better hand of the Arkansas Travelers, but through 2 innings, it was the All-Stars leading 1-0. The All-Stars batted in the top half of the 3rd inning. Coming to the plate was El Paso catcher Pat Kelly, and this is what happened, described by the All-Star play-by-play voice that year, Jim Elder of Little Rock.
Marvin Webb, one of the utility men, is coaching at first base. Rogers, the manager, at third. The pitch. There's a drive to left field, hit pretty good. Lentine going back. He looks up. That ball is over the fence, a home run. So Pat Kelly has homered over the left field fence between the foul line and the scoreboard, and it is 2-0. And both the home runs have been by El Paso players. Kelly, who had hit 10 in the regular season, none against the Travelers, and his 3 teammates on the All-Star team got out there first to greet him. That was Carney Lansford, Bob Slater, and Gil Kubsky.
That made the score 2-0 in the 3rd inning. 2 Gil Kubsky home runs with a Pat Kelly home run put the All-Stars on top 5-0. Arkansas scored a run in the ninth, but it wasn't enough as the Texas League All-Stars won the 1977 Texas League All-Star Game at Ray Winder Field in Little Rock by the final score of 7-1 over the Arkansas Travelers. And that's tonight's Texas League All-Star Flashback, brought to you by American Gold and Silver.
Here are the unofficial final totals for Game 1 of our doubleheader at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. All in favor of the Wranglers. Arkansas puts up 4 runs on 4 hits with 2 errors, and there were 3 runners left. For the Wichita Wranglers, there was 9 runs on 9 base hits, 1 error, and 3 men left. The winning pitcher, Ryan Baerlocher, goes the distance. 7 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. He struck out 4, walked 2. Baerlocher is 5-2. Willie Collazo takes the loss. In 6 innings, he gave up 9 hits and 9 runs. All of them earned. He walked 2 and struck out 1. Collazo with the loss falls to 1-3. Home run for the Travs hit by Mike Napoli, his league-leading 20th. The Wranglers got 4 home runs. Corey Aldridge hit his 17th. Rudy Gomez hit his first on the year, and Brennan King hit his 8th and his 9th of the season. King finished the game 3 for 3 with 4 runs batted in. So the Wranglers have won the first 2 games of this series. The victory puts Wichita at 20-15, while the Travs fall to 18-17. First time that the Travs have lost back-to-back games since just a couple of weeks ago. And so the Travs will need to pick up a win in Game 2 to stave off a 3-game losing streak. Wranglers now in first place by 2 games going into the nightcap. They've told us that the first pitch of Game 2 will be thrown at 7:35. And so that really means that the first pitch of the game will be thrown at 7:40. So we'll come back on the air at about 7:35 for our ITT Tech pregame show for Game 2. Final score in Game 1, the Wichita Wranglers 9 and the Arkansas Travelers 4. We'll be back in about 20 minutes with more here on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Arkansas Traveler Baseball on the CSN Radio Network was brought to you by the ITT Technical Institute online at itt-tech.edu. By Coca-Cola, make it real. By Miller Lite, prevent taste loss with Miller Lite. And by Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by the Sonic Drive-In. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been brought to you statewide on the Creative Sports Radio Network by Bale Honda. See the new Honda cars and trucks today. By the U.S. Air Force, crossing to the blue. The Bank of the Ozarks with several locations to serve you. And by the Canadian Tax Advisory Group. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been a presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network. Game show right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network. The Allstate Insurance Arkansas Traveler Postgame Show is brought to you by Allstate Insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Stations, that's the CSN closed circuit information out for broadcast. Again, our airtime is 7:35 for Game 2 of this doubleheader. We'll start your 5-minute countdown at 7:30. stations. Again, this is CSN Closed Circuit Information out for broadcast. Stand by in about 4 minutes. At 7:30, we will begin your 5-minute countdown for Game 2 of this Traveler doubleheader that will begin. The airtime is 7:35. Stations. We're about 3 minutes away from the beginning of your 5-minute countdown. Again, that will start at 7:30, counting you down to our airtime of 7:35 with Game 2 of this Traveler doubleheader from Wichita. We missed your 5-minute cue. Station, stand by and mark 4 minutes to airtime. Our next cue will be a 3-minute cue. Stations, again, this is CSN Closed Circuit Information. Stand by on the word mark. Will be 3 minutes to airtime. Mark 3 minutes, stations. Next cue will be your 2-minute cue. Stations, again, this is CSN Closed Circuit Information. Alpha broadcast coming up on your 2-minute cue for Game 2 of this Traveler doubleheader. On the word mark will be 2 minutes to airtime. Mark 2 minutes, stations. Next cue will be your 90-second cue. And this reminder, stations, we will not have a pregame show here for Game 2 of this doubleheader, as we will start with the play-by-play intro and take it to Phil with the starting lineups as we'll get set for Game 2 of this doubleheader. We'll have one break before the first pitch. Stand by on the word mark. We will be 90 seconds to airtime. Mark 90. Next cue will be your 60-second cue, followed by your 45, then your 30, and final 15-second cue. Coming up now, stations, on your 60-second cue on the word mark will be 60 seconds to airtime. Mark 60. Your next cue will be your 45-second cue. Mark 45 seconds, stations. Your next cue will be your 30-second cue. On the word mark will be 30 seconds to airtime, stations. Mark 30. Stand by for your final 15-second cue. Mark 15, that's your final cue.
A presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network, brings you Arkansas Traveler Baseball. Today's game is brought to you by the ITT Technical Institute online at itt-tech.edu, by Coca-Cola, make it real, by Miller Lite, prevent taste loss with Miller Lite, by Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate, and by the Sonic Drive-In. Arkansas Traveler Baseball is brought to you statewide on the Creative Sports Radio Network by Vail Honda. See the new Honda cars and trucks today. The U.S. Air Force, crossing to the blue. The Bank of the Ozarks with several locations to serve you. And by the Conedo Tax Advisory Group. And now, the Texas League Arkansas Travelers.
Welcome back to Lawrence Dumont Stadium, here along the banks of the Arkansas River, or as they call it in Kansas, ad nauseum, the Arkansas River. Travs and the Wichita Wranglers about set for Game 2 of this doubleheader. It's Game 3 of the series, and each of the first 2 games have gone in favor of the Wichita Wranglers. Neither of them have been close. Last night, Wranglers banged out 3 homers and 15 base hits in a 13-2 beating of the Travs, and in Game 1, the Wranglers actually did themselves one better in the home run department with 4 home runs. Brennan King led them with 3 hits and 4 runs batted in with 2 homers, and the Wranglers won it going away 9-4. So the Travs need a victory in this ball game to split the doubleheader and at least to give them a chance at winning this series and getting first place. If they win 3 in a row, they'll end this series in first. All Wichita has to do to ensure them first place at the end of this series is pull out a win in either this second game of the doubleheader or either of the next 2 games. So this second game of the double dip is huge for the Travs. You certainly don't want to go back to the hotel losers of 2 games in one night. The Travs have been wearing their ability to win doubleheader games as a badge of courage this year. Coming into today, they've been 8-0 in doubleheader games, but they've already lost the opener, and they're looking to win the nightcap. Let's take a look at the starting lineups in Game 2. We start with Wichita, now at 20-15 in the second half. They have Mel Stocker leading off in right field. Batting second in left field, Shane Costa. The 3-hitter is at shortstop, Mike Aviles. Cleaning up at first base, Josh Presley. 5-hitter, the designated hitter, Corey Aldridge. Batting sixth at third base, Brennan King. King is demolishing the ball in this series with 6 hits and 5 runs batted in. Batting seventh in center field, Mitch Meyer. Hitting 8th, the second baseman, Brett Groves. And batting ninth and catching is Matt Tupman. The Traveler lineup is shaken up a little bit. Reggie Willits is still going to lead it off. He'll be in center field. But batting second is second baseman Howie Kendrick. Eric Ibar is not in the lineup for Game 2. Hitting third, playing right field, Tommy Murphy. The designated hitter will bat fourth. It's Mike Napoli. Batting fifth at first base, Kendry Morales. Hitting sixth at third base, Greg Porter. Batting seventh in left field, David Gates. 8-hitter is the shortstop, Ivan Reyes. Batting ninth and catching is Brent Del Chiaro. Starting pitchers for the Wranglers is right-hander Wes Wilkerson, 6'3", 200 pounds. He came down from AAA Omaha, where he had spent the first 4 months of the season. He'd gone 2-3 with the Royals with a .499 ERA. This will be his second start at AA with Wichita. He had a no decision, his only time out against the Tulsa Drillers in the second game of Monday's doubleheader. He threw 3 1/3 innings, giving up 5 hits and 3 runs. Game 2 starting pitcher for the Travs is right-hander Kasey Olenberger. Another right-hander, 6'4", 235, out of Santa Rosa, California. It'll be Casey's 26th outing of the season. It'll also be his 11th as a starting pitcher. Casey 5-5 with a 4.09 ERA. And the Wranglers have already taken their positions. At this time, we'd usually take a break, but we'll have to keep it here as the first pitch is less than 2 minutes away. Now, the Wranglers, they have swept one doubleheader this season, and of course the Travs hadn't been swept in a doubleheader all year, winning their first 4 doubleheaders. And the Travs in danger here of losing their 3rd game in a row. The Travs lose this one, they'll have their first 3-game losing streak since July the 13th, when they lost the first 3 games of the series in San Antonio. This is a rather important game for the Travs. Well, we've seen Wes Wilkerson before, but it was before this season. He pitched all of the last 2 seasons with the Wichita Wranglers, mostly as a reliever. 2003 with Wichita, he was 6-6, splitting time between the rotation and the pen with a .480 ERA. Last year, he came out of the bullpen the whole season, 49 games, posted a 1-4 record with a .518 ERA. And this season, he spent as a reliever in Omaha, 36 outings, 2 wins, 3 losses, 3 saves with a .499 earned run average. Wilkerson, tall and lean at 6'3", 200 pounds. And he is 28 years old. out of Nashville, Tennessee. As most relievers do, he will work from the windup in a spot start. From the stretch in a spot start. And here's Reggie Willett stepping into the batter's box to lead things off. Wilkerson delivers the first pitch. What do you know? It's 7:40, and it's in there for a strike to Reggie Willett. As anticipated, 5 minutes late with the start time. So if they ever tell you that the game is going to begin at 7 o'clock, rest assured it's starting at 7:05 here at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. Willett in the opener was 0 for 4. And he's 1 for 8 in the series. Here's the stretch and the pitch by Wilkerson, and swung on and missed. Heavy fastball. Willett's down to the count 0-2. Wilkerson, can remember him featuring a pretty good fastball with a slider as well. But sometimes a pitcher will change his repertoire when he moves into the bullpen. Now the stretch and the 0-2 to Willett. And he swings at a high fastball, hits it high but shallow into center field, right to Mitch Meyer for out number 1. 1 away. Willett's now 0 for 5 on the day, and this will bring up Howie Kendrick, the Travelers' second baseman.
The second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
Howie was hitless in the opener, 0 for 3, and without a base hit in the series. Kendrick 0 for 7 in the series. Right-handed batter, waving the bat above his head as Wilkerson comes home with the first pitch. And it's chopped towards the mound, an easy play by the pitcher. Wilkerson fires to first, and Kendrick is out number 2. Fielders behind Wilkerson in the outfield from left to right, Shane Costa, Mitch Meyer, Mel Stocker. On the infield from third to first, Brennan King, Mike Aviles. Over at second base is Brett Groves, and Presley at first base. Catching is Matt Tupman, and Wilkerson on the mound.
The right fielder, Tommy Murphy.
Tommy Murphy stepping into the box, hitting third in the second game with Eric Ibar resting on the bench here in game 2. Second game over the last couple of weeks that Ibar gets a rest. And Murphy steps in, and here's Wilkerson with the first pitch. Called, strike on the outside corner. Balls and strikes here in game 2 are called by Jeremy Sparling. Joe Maiden calls outs at third. Crew chief Delphine Colon positioned in back of first base. 0-1 to Murphy. That's up high, and it's 1-1. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Murphy was 1 for 3 in the opener with a double, and he scored 1 run. Wilkerson comes home 1-1, and it's hit up the middle for a base hit, and Tommy Murphy is aboard with a 2-out single. Didn't sound great off the bat. Sailed past the mound on the first base side. Neither middle infielder had a chance at it, so Tommy Murphy is aboard. Here's Mike Napoli. Napoli, the DH in game 2. As we talked about the last time he was a designated hitter, Sunday in Springfield, Napoli's been much more effective as a hitter when he's starting in the field as the catcher. Batting only 140 as a designated hitter. That's 122 points lower than when he catches. Here's a stretch by Wilkerson and a first pitch. And it's low, ball 1. Went with a slider, 1-0. Napoli in the opener was 1 for 1 with a couple of walks. He scored 3 times and launched his 20th home run of the season. He's the first Texas leaguer to reach 20 home runs this year. Murphy running on the 1-0 pitch. It's outside. Here's the throw by Tupman, and it's very late, and Murphy is in there stealing second base. Murphy's second steal of the doubleheader. He had stolen third in the opener, and it's his 23rd steal on the year. Picked a good pitch to run on and got a very good break. Tupman's throw was pretty good, but nowhere near in time. So Napoli, the team leader with 69 runs batted in, has a chance to give the Travs a first inning lead. With 2 outs, a 2-0 count. Wilkerson delivers. Half swing, and Napoli fouls it off. That was a very defensive-looking swing. After he started his trigger, the pitch ran inside on him. Then he tried to hold back, but the bat had already kind of come towards the plate, and the ball just went right into the bat. Luckily, it wasn't put into play. 2 balls, 1 strike on Napoli. Wilkerson has the ball behind his back, leaning in. Now sets under his chin and deals. Swing and a miss with a fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wilkerson challenges Napoli. Not quite over the heart of the plate, a little bit on the outside edge. But a pretty fair pitch for Napoli to hit. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Wilkerson, leg kick, deal. Popped it up, Napoli did. First base, foul territory. With the shades on, Josh Presley crosses under the warning track and makes the catch. And the first inning comes to a close as the Travs strand Murphy at second base. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Heading into the bottom of the first, here come the Wichita Wranglers on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, General Manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas-oriented. You know, the things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in her 27th year.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on live broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your homepage for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
Bill Valentine here with a question. When was the last time you saw the Travs turn to triple play? That's right, I can't remember either. So this year we're going to celebrate if the Travs manage to turn that trick. $100,000 to one fan if the Travs complete a triple play during the 6th inning of a home game. You got to be 18 to enter with a valid driver's license, and you must be present to win. It's the Travelers' $100,000 triple play giveaway all season long here at Ray Winder Field.
Kasey Olenberger has completed his warm-ups. Brent Delchiar with the long throw to second base, and we're set for the bottom of the first. Travs had a 2-out single by Tommy Murphy. He stole second, but was left on the base.
Leading up for the Wranglers, the right fielder, Mel Stocker.
Mel Stocker leads off for Wichita. Get a little roar from the crowd. Apparently Mel is a bit of a fan favorite. They did not see him play in the opening game. Stocker sat out after yesterday, coming up as the leadoff batter. Finished 1 for 5 with a walk and a run scored. Little left-handed batter choking up by 2 inches, and the pitch from Kasey is outside for a ball. For Olenberger, it's his 11th start of the year. Last time out, 8 strong innings and a 6-1 win on Sunday over Springfield. Stocker bunts foul away from third, and it's 1-1. Stocker on the season batting .248 with a couple of home runs, 25 runs batted in. Olenberger from the windup. The big right-hander delivers, and it's fouled back. Right on Stocker's hands on the inside half, and it's 1-2. Following Stocker, Shane Costa, then Mike Aviles. Look at the numbers on Olenberger. 5-5, a 4.09 ERA. 77 innings worked this year. Here's the 1-2, and Stocker hits a high fly to left center. Drifting back is Willits, and he'll make the catch. 1 away, Stocker's gone, and here comes Shane Costa. Other numbers on Olenberger, the 77, now 1/3 innings, 91 hits allowed. Given up 10 home runs, 4 of them in his last 3 starts. .296 is the batting average against Kasey. He's walked 25, struck out 40, and has thrown 6 wild pitches. As a starting pitcher, Olenberger carries a record of 4-3. He was 1-2 as a reliever. Shane Costa, left-handed batter, takes inside, ball 1. Costa in the opening game finished 0 for 4. He had a couple of nice catches in left field. Bent knee stance, bouncing the bat off his left shoulder, and Olenberger delivers low, ball 2. 0-0 score, bottom of the first. Nobody on base for Wichita. And Olenberger behind Costa, 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Fouled back. Costa gets a good swing at a fastball letter high. Makes the count 2-1. Costa just completing his first week back in the non-glorious minor leagues. Spent a good 2.5 months with the Kansas City Royals. There's a little grounder foul off the end of the bat on a changeup. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Costa was returned from Kansas City July 22nd. He hit .235 with the Royals in 27 games. Wichita started today at .287. Pitch from Kasey, grounded, hugging the first base line, and back behind the base. It's picked up by Kendry Morales. He'll run to the base himself for the unassisted putout. And there's 2 gone. Here's the defenders behind Olenberger. There's David Gates in left field, Reggie Willits in center, Tommy Murphy in right. Over at third base is Greg Porter. The shortstop is Ivan Reyes. Second baseman Howie Kendrick. And Morales at first. The backstop for Olenberger is Brent Del Chiaro. Mike Aviles standing in, the shortstop for the Wranglers. First pitch right at the knees on the outside corner. Strike 1. Well, Aviles is still looking for his first hit of the series. 0 for 5 yesterday, and had 4 at-bats without a hit in the opening of today's doubleheader. Olenberger, swing and a miss on Aviles as he was in front of that split-fingered pitch, and it's 0-2. Olenberger with a deep breath, trying to make quick work of the Wranglers in the first. The pitch hit in the air to left field, and drifting back is Gates at the warning track. He leaps into the fence, and the ball bounces off the fence and away from Gates. Aviles digging around second, trying for 3, and he's in there. Stand-up triple. Boy, great effort by Gates, but as the ball has been doing for the entire night, it is carrying into left field. And it seemed Gates, who did not play the outfield in the opening game, was caught by surprise by how far that ball traveled. Yes, it was hit well by Aviles. A line drive, but it carried into the fence, and Gates was a little bit late going back into the wall. Good effort. Could not come up with it. And Aviles with his 6th triple of the season. A 2-out triple, so it could be harmless. But Josh Presley is coming up to the plate, and he's been anything but harmless in this series. 4 for 7 in the series with a home run, 3 RBIs. Big left-handed batter takes inside ball 1. With Presley picking up a couple of base hits in the opener, he's raised his average to .301. Here's the pitch, fouled off. Over the third base seats and into the parking lot, and it's 1-1 on Presley. Presley never had an RBI opportunity in the opening game. He more set the table for Brennan King. Presley had a couple of 2-out singles, and King had a couple of 2-out homers. Olenberger sets high and deals. Grounded back to the mound. Olenberger deflects it in front of him. That saves the run. He gets the out at first base. Morales almost dropped that with the sun right in his eyes, but he's able to make the catch. And the Wranglers do not score in the first inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We'll have a special guest joining us for the next couple of innings. John Sickles of MinorLeagueBall.com will be on the air with yours truly right after these words. 0-0 score on the Creative Sports Radio Network. And now these words for Bale Honda.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Bale Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock. When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They get free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on Live Broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your home page for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at CSNSports.com. That's CSNSports.com with live coverage worldwide on the Internet. CSNSports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
Here we go into the top of the second inning, a 0-0 ball game, game 2. Kendry Morales leads off against Wes Wilkerson and takes pitch down low, ball 1. Phil Elson here on the broadcast doing the play-by-play. We are joined by John Sickles of MinorLeagueBall.com. Here's a pitch inside to Morales. A curve from Wilkerson missed, and it's 2-0. John, nice to have you on the broadcast. I know you came down from Lawrence, Kansas, your hometown.
That's right.
And I think you came here specifically to see the man at the plate. Morales a swing and a tip into the catcher's mitt, 2-1.
He's one of them. I wanted to get a good look at Morales. I wanted to also see Howie Kendrick and Mike Napoli and some of the other guys on the Arkansas roster. There's quite a few very interesting prospects on this team.
That's for sure. When you're talking prospects, I would think that Arkansas probably has more top prospects than any team in the Texas League. As Morales slices one foul, that almost hit a woman sitting by herself in the left field bleachers. Apparently it hit the man sitting next to her.
They look all right.
Hopefully. Rather large. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count on Morales. Wilkerson stepping back to the mound. Now, the website that you operate, MinorLeagueBall.com, I'm sure that some of our listeners have been to it before, but for those that don't, I'd want you to describe what's going on there. Here's a 2-2, and it's outside, ball 3.
Well, it's a blog format. It's where I basically I make 2 or 3 posts a day. I talk about minor league ball, minor league prospects. There's also a diary section where readers can post their own observations and questions.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, and Morales hits a sharp ground ball to third, but King bobbled the ball. He recovers and throws to first late, and Morales is safe to lead off the second inning. Well, Kendry going opposite field with a ground ball. It's a nice little piece of hitting there. Hit it hard. King was able to stop it at least. We'll wait to see on the scoring play.
Hit that nice opposite field home run last night, but he gets in trouble when he tries to pull a little bit too much sometimes.
The hand-operated scoreboard puts us 1 under the error column, and so that's an error on the third baseman, Brennan King. His 13th of the season and 2nd in the series. Coming up here is Greg Porter. Left-handed hitting third baseman, and the opener Porter was 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. And a pitch up high, ball 1. So MinorLeagueBall.com is a blog. Is it a blog specifically for prospects? That if people want to read about specifically guys like Kendry Morales or guys like Delman Young, who's the top prospect for the Devil Rays. Here's the 1-0. Popped out a play over third. It's 1-1 now to Porter.
Well, yeah, that's right. It's I talk about minor league prospects. I just had recently a series where I went through preseason lists that I made of the top 20 prospects in every organization, and I went through and I reviewed those preseason lists and looked at how the players were doing and if there was anything that could be concluded from that.
1-1 pitch. Porter gets a good swing, fouls it off the press level, and that makes it 1-2.
I have another several features. I do a thing called Prospect Retro, where I go back and I look at how current Major League players were perceived as prospects, and if we can learn anything about that. And there's a lot of good stuff that goes on there, I think.
The 1-2 pitch is high and outside to Porter, and it's 2-2. You know, when it comes to minor league prospects, John, and you know as well as I think anybody else does, if you believed what you heard only from the scouts, the guys who are prospects were, they're going to be major league, they're going to be superstars in the major leagues. It's very rare that it actually comes true. The 2-2 is fouled off on the right side, still 2 balls, 2 strikes on Porter.
Well, there's 2 kinds of scouts. I think there's optimists and pessimists, and the optimists tend to think that everybody's going to turn into Babe Ruth, and the pessimists tend to think that everybody's going to turn into Mike Ivey, if anybody remembers him. But it's usually somewhere in between, and that's part of what we try to do.
Another 2-2 and another foul ball. Porter leans over the plate on a changeup and popped it over the third base seats. It remains 2-2. Kendry Morales, the runner at first. Nobody out here in the second, and a 0-0 ball game. But still, that's part of what minor league baseball is about. I mean, you hear about the resurgence of the minors over the last 20 years. What's the reasons behind it? Here's a 2-2, another foul ball. Porter has fouled off. Let's see here. 5 of the last 6 pitches. Well, a nice little half swing there. Now, minor league baseball, yes, about family entertainment. It's about cheap entertainment.
Yes.
Cheap beer, cheap Coca-Colas, and good hot dogs. But it's in the age now of fantasy baseball, I think the minor leagues is starting to have even more of an impact on a hardcore fan. There's another foul ball by Porter, still 2-2. Now, back in the day before rotisserie baseball took off, a hardcore baseball fan would want to know how the prospects in his system are doing. And now, most of the hardcore fans are getting involved in fantasy baseball, and they even draft from the minor leagues.
That's right.
They have a lot of very popular publications and popular websites, many of them attributed to you. There's another foul at the plate by Porter. He's fouled off 5 consecutive pitches.
Well, I don't know about many of them attributed to me, but I've had a little bit of impact there. I've been doing this about 10 years now, and it's something that the interest just continues to grow. I think that there's 20 years ago there were hardly any sources of information out there about the minor leagues, and now there's several, and I hope it can continue.
Here's the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Strike 3 called. Porter jumped off the plate. He thought it was inside. And he is very calmly speaking with the plate umpire, Jeremy Sparling. Well, you never like to see a 10-pitch at-bat end with a called third strike.
It looked like a pretty good pitch from up here, but it's hard to know.
Well, you actually have a better view of the plate than I do, John. You're about 3 feet off to my left. You're directly behind home.
From my angle, it hit the inside corner. But you're right. He was backing away from the pitch before it even got there. So I think he was fooled by the delivery.
So 1 away. That's the first strikeout for Wes Wilkerson. The batter will be David Gates. Morales still at first base. And the pitch swung on and missed. Strike 1. Big swing by Gates on a fastball that rode inside on him. And it's 0-1. Now, if you talk about how to judge prospects, you can always do it by looking at statistics, but you're out here on a scouting trip. You want to get a first-hand look at these guys. He's not just going by statistics. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss by Gates. Trying to pull that one to the Baptist Church, which is about 500 feet past left field, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, I try to take a middle ground between there. There's some people that traditionalists only judge prospects by the traditional scouting terminology. Then there's so-called stat heads who do things just with numbers, and I try to find a middle ground between those two approaches.
0-2 pitch. Gates fouled that one back. Stays alive at the plate.
So I do think that statistics can tell you a lot about the type of player, the type of guy that a player is at the present time, within the context of his current level of play and his current level of competition. And the closer you get to the major leagues, I think the more important the statistics become. But they don't tell you everything, and especially when you're talking about young guys, inexperienced players who are still growing into their bodies, who are still trying to figure things out on a mental and emotional level. And for that, I think traditional scouting is very important.
0-2, change-up, swing and a miss, and Gates was in front of that pitch. That was a great sequence by Wilkerson. Power fastballs and then 1 change-up for his second strikeout in a row. 2 gone. Here's Ivan Reyes.
Now batting number 9, Juan Reyes. Your Pirates of the K-Man.
They just called him Juan Reyes. I don't know, maybe it's his twin brother.
They're talking about the difference between scouting and statistics. This pitcher, Wilkerson, I've been watching him pitch for 3 years now. And he's got a good arm.
And he delivers to Reyes. Swing and a miss, late swing on a fastball.
And at times he's very impressive. At times he mixes his fastball and his slider very effectively, and he's doing that well so far in this game. But then when you look at his statistics are very mediocre, and his strikeout rate in particular is usually pretty average.
The 0-1 paints the outside corner with a fastball, strike 2.
So the question is going to be, in a case like this, if you watch him pitch, you can see the natural ability that he has. But the numbers say that he's not consistent enough at this point to put it all together and for consistent success.
The next pitch, that's outside, went with a slider, ball 1.
So now this is a case of where a guy, like I said, his numbers aren't that good, but the Royals haven't given up on him, and I think they haven't given up on him simply because you can see that he does have the natural talent.
Hey, he's a big kid. He looks like got a power arm. Back to the stretch, and the 1-2 on the way. Reyes fouls it back. Swinging up, pitch up around his eyes.
Now, I've seen him pitch enough to know that he's going good in this game. The question's going to be when it gets into, say, the third or fourth inning, when he starts getting around to the second time around, do they start to catch up with him? Because sometimes I think one problem that he has is he sometimes lacks a third pitch to go with the fastball and the slider.
The 1-2. And Reyes sends a fly ball to shallow right center. Going into the gap, Stalker makes a running catch. And the side retired in the second. No runs for the Travs, no base hits. There was one Wichita error to start the inning. And Morales, who reached, is stranded at first. That'll take us into the bottom of the second inning in a 0-0 game. This is the CSN, Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
You are witnessing some intense pain here, folks. Throbbing muscles, swollen joints. This is pure torture. We're talking total body suffering. Not even the internal organs are...
Bob, the game hasn't started yet.
Game? I'm talking about me.
Don't let orthopedic discomfort interrupt your life. Learn to manage it with Baptist Health in Ortho, Arkansas, the state's leaders in orthopedic medicine. To reach a specialist or for more information, call Baptist Health Healthline at 227-8478 and get back in the game.
Oh, I can feel that hit up here.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life. Like the time I went on a shop till you drop-a-thon with my girlfriend. So there I am pinballing from store to store across the vast expanse of this mega mall, forced to give my opinion on her clothing choices, which she promptly ignored. I think it was from all the, yeah, that looks great, honey, but I was parched. Only one thing was going to unparch me, a Coke. I would have cried, but I couldn't spare the fluid. So next time I go shopping, it'll be online. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
Fans, it's easy to get discount tickets to Travs games all year thanks to Ready Ice. Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice presents Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Wonder Field. Just pick up a discount coupon for any Wednesday Travs home game anywhere Ready Ice is sold, like most Shell and Exxon gas stations. Bring the coupons to the Travs box office for $3 general admission tickets to any Wednesday home game. That's Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Wonder Field all season long. Thanks to Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice.
We go to the bottom of the second inning with the game 0-0. Leading things off for the Wranglers against Kasey Olenberger will be Corey Aldridge, followed by Brennan King, Mr. Power Hitter, and then Mitch Meyer. Phil Elson joined by John Sickles of minorleagueball.com and johnsickles.com. That's SICKELS.com. Aldridge steps in. He's had a home run in 2 consecutive games since coming down from AAA. And here's Olenberger with the first pitch, and Aldridge fouls that first one back, strike one. Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time that somebody's come down from AAA and has been so excited to be back at AA ball that he takes all his frustrations out on 2 pitches in 2 days.
Well, you know, Aldridge is, we were talking last inning about Wilkerson. Aldridge is kind of a hitting version of that kind of player.
Here's an 0-1. And a soft fly ball to shallow right center field. Coming in is Willits, and he's there to make the catch.
Aldridge is a very athletic guy. He's very strong. As he showed last night, he can really put a charge in the ball when he gets it. Throughout his career, though, he's been very erratic and inconsistent, struggling at times with plate discipline, swinging at too many pitches outside of the strike zone. The last couple of years, though, he's shown some improvement in that regard and has been able to be a little bit more patient, and we'll have to see if he can carry that forward.
Here's Brennan King, and a swing and a miss of the first pitch for a strike. King, in the opening game of this doubleheader, had his only 2-homer game of the year, a couple of 2-run homers. He is 6 for 8 in the 2 games of this series. There's a pitch down the middle. King didn't take the bat off the shoulder. It's called strike 2. Now, do you think with Aldridge maybe getting a little bit better with his plate discipline, that may have coincided with a change to a different organization? Here's the 0-2, and a slow roll to the shortstop. Reyes comes on 2 steps, fields it, flips it, and gets out number 2.
Yeah, that's right. If I remember correctly, he was with the Braves organization, and the Braves are real good at developing pitching talent. Their ability to develop hitters has been questioned at times, although looks like it's been pretty decent the last couple of years. They tend to focus on what scouts call raw tools, physical strength, athleticism, and things of that nature, and they focus less on polish at the plate.
Mitch Meyer, batter. First pitch, pops it up. Third base, foul territory. Drifting back is Porter. Stumbles on the turf and makes the catch anyway. Well, once you go from that AstroTurf infield to the natural grass outfield, sometimes your feet give a little bit. Porter slid, but kept his feet underneath him and made the catch in foul territory. So the second inning comes to a close as Olenberger retires the Wranglers 1-2-3. That'll take us into the third. We're 0-0 on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Snack to go.
1998 New York City Marathon runner German Silva made a huge mistake. 1/2 mile from the finish line, he took a wrong turn. When he heard yells from the crowd and saw the looks on their faces, he realized his mistake. He immediately turned around, but the error cost him a crucial 15 seconds. His only hope for winning now was to sprint to make up for lost distance. Did he have the energy? Could he do it? He later said, "Too much work had gone into this race. I had to fight it out." He was able to make up the lost distance and finish first in his division, but only because he refused to allow a wrong turn to knock him out of his quest for the prize. I'm Mark Evans, pastor of the church at Rock Creek. You know, there are times in life when we make a wrong turn, but when we discover that it was a wrong turn, the wise person changes direction.
Hit a home run with your family tonight. Whether you're planning a meal before the game or snacks for the game, remember to include milk, cheese, and yogurt in the game plan. 3 servings a day of dairy is the right amount to help keep your body healthy. It's easy. Just look for the 3-a-day logo on your favorite calcium-rich dairy foods at your local retailer. For more information, including recipes and coupons, visit www.3aday.org. Have you had your 3-a-day today? The power of cheese.
Traveler catcher Brent Del Chiaro leads off the top of the third in a 0-0 ball game. Each team with 1 base hit. The Wranglers have committed the game's only error. And Del Chiaro stepping up against Wes Wilkerson. Wilkerson struck out a couple batters last inning after giving up a leadoff, not hit, error. As Del Chiaro swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1. Del Chiaro hitting .161 in his 37 games. 3 homers. Third homer came on Sunday. 10 RBIs. 0-1 off speed, swing and a miss, strike 2. Wilkerson looking good with his changeup, and as John Sickles mentioned, he's mixing things up very nicely. Power slider, power fastball, nice straight change.
That's a better changeup than I've seen him use in the past, so it looks like he's making some progress.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Missed low and outside, more low than outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck, Reggie Willits. Then it'll be Howie Kendrick. Del Chiaro, big right-handed batter, facing someone who looks just like him. The pitch, swing and a miss. Very late on the fastball. Wilkerson strikes out his third. Bringing up Willits now. Well, John, you mentioned about the things that you noticed from the Braves organization, be that they focus on tools. They've been able to develop more pitching than hitters, but then they've also developed a few hitters here and there. Now, I've read a couple of your columns on the FutureAngels.com website with our good friend Steve Smith.
Yep, Steve knows his stuff.
I know he is probably recording this right now.
He probably is.
One of his many computers. What is it that you find about the Angels organization that you think they have focused on? And here's a delivery to Willits, and a hard ground ball down the third base line. It'll go to the outfield where Costa picks it up. He bobbles it now, and that'll give Willits second base. Willits may have had a chance for second anyway, but with Costa dropping the ball, there was no chance he was going to get the out at second. So Willits is at second base. We'll wait to see if it's a double or a single. About the Angels organization, I think that they go after specifically the best available talent that they find. How else can you describe taking the risk of drafting Jared Weaver last year when it appeared most of the other teams are going to take a pass on him?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. There's kind of a divide in baseball right now when you talk about player development between so-called Moneyball, stat-head type teams and so-called traditional type teams. And the thing is, I don't think it's an either-or proposition.
Here's Howie Kendrick trying to put the Travs ahead. Willits scampering for third. The pitch inside, the throw. Not in time. Willits feet first into third base. He steals third.
I think a successful organization can be operated either way. And the Angels, I think, are a little bit more of a traditional team than they are of a Moneyball team. And they do, I think, take the best available player. They've shown that they can develop pitching. They've shown they can develop hitting.
Infield will play back, and Wilkerson steps off.
They probably emphasize plate discipline a little bit less than some teams, but it hasn't been a serious problem, I don't think. There's some teams that probably seem to ruin hitters, but I don't think the Angels are one of them. They seem to have a pretty good track record.
Now the infield comes up, and Kendrick skies it to right field. Going back is Stocker into the gap, and he makes the catch. Willits coming home from third. He'll score with no play. So Kendrick gives the Travs a 1-0 lead. In all honesty, a 1-0 lead hasn't done much in the opening game, and it didn't do anything yesterday. So 1-0 right now, a tenuous lead at best.
You just take a look at the Arkansas roster, just as an example, and there's a big variety of guys here. You've got these athletic, slash and dash type hitters like Eric Abar and even Howie Kendrick to some extent, although he does have quite a bit of power as well. Then you also have some more, slow slugging type guys like Napoli and maybe Kendrick Morales.
Tommy Murphy, first pitch swinging, a hard ground ball. It's stopped on a dive at second by Groves. Gets up on his feet and throws Murphy out. Very nice play. Takes away a base hit from Murphy, and that'll end the third inning. We're motoring right along here.
Fast game.
That means this one's going 3 hours now. As we take it into the bottom of the third, the Travs have taken the lead. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1-0 Travs. Going to the bottom of the third on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
It's the end of the day, and you've got two choices, each with its own delights. The champagne of beers or the champagne of light beers. So you do what every good high life man would do when faced with a head-scratching decision. You find a quarter. Tails. You say Miller High Life Light and reach for the peanuts. The rising moon says, well done, my friend. That's the High Life way. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
Ed and I sell soft drinks at ball games, and he first told me about BC Powder.
We carry big trays of drinks up and down the stadium steps. Man, it's a killer.
And with a backache, that tray feels heavier and heavier.
And the stairs are tough on your knees.
One night I was dragging, and the game wasn't half over.
I told Brian he needed a BC to stop the pain fast, because it goes to work quick.
BC stopped the pain, got me right back to work.
BC goes down easy with a soft drink, but don't tell the boss, okay?
BC, pain relief at the speed of powder. Use as directed.
Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing better, Dr. Pepper.
Kasey Olenberger now with a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the third. Brett Groves leads off. He will take pitch low, ball 1. Olenberger, through the first 2 innings, allowed only one man to reach. 2-out single in the first, or a 2-out triple in the first. Groves batting from the left side. He's a switch hitter. And here's the pitch. Up high to Groves, and that's 2 balls, no strikes. Groves in the opening game batted leadoff. Reached twice on a walk and an error. He's 1 for 7 in the series. Olenberger behind 2-0. And the pitch hit in the air to left field. Drifting back is Gates. Plenty of room in front of the track. And he's got it for out number 1. John Sickles, you'd mentioned about the Angels' propensity to go after the top prospect. You also, the top talent, I would say. You mentioned also about not going after the on-base percentage, not going after the guys that just walk all the time, and it's just not part of their philosophy. Stephen Smith uses the phrase contact ball to describe what the Angels do, focusing more on making solid contact, hitting and running, so-called the old National League game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wait a minute.
There's Matt Tumpman in there, and he'll take a first pitch outside, ball 1.
Yeah, I think that, I think a lot of times people tend to overthink this.
The 1-0 on the way. Tumpman fouls it back. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think that, how do I put this? I'm gonna quote Bull Durham here. This is a simple game, okay? And I think people sometimes get so caught up in.
There's a 1-1 pitch outside, 2-1.
So caught up in the minutia that they forget, the point of this. If you get more players on base, you're going to score more runs, And if you do that,
the 2-1 to Tumpman is swung on and missed, 2-2.
If you do that, You can do that by drawing walks. You can do that by getting hits. You can do that by hitting doubles and triples, and you can do that by hitting home runs. The point is to get good players.
And there's a lot of ways to get on base.
Right.
2-2 pitch. Went after a high fastball, fouled it back. Still 2-2 to Tupman. One out, no one on.
You know, I think that it is possible, and I think sometimes some stat head type people lose sight of this perhaps. It is possible to be too patient. I call this Rich Becker disease after a failed prospect from the mid-'90s for the Minnesota Twins.
2-2, fouled back.
And Becker had outstanding plate discipline, but he was too passive. He wouldn't take the bat off his shoulder, and as a result, he never lived up to the potential that he showed early in his career. Now, the opposite, of course, is somebody who's a wild swinger who swings at everything all the time and gets himself out.
2-2, another foul ball. That's 3 in a row.
So, you know, it's not an either-or proposition. It's a matter of, you know, not everybody has to be a 100-walk-a-year player. You know, that's not the point. But the point is to get a good pitch to hit, and you know, that's the way I see it. You know, basically it's a simple game, and I think people forget that sometimes.
I'm glad you used the idea of get a good pitch to hit. Mm-hmm. Olenberger about to wind up and steps off the mound. It seemed that when Moneyball came out and the whole philosophy of the A's was catching fire and everyone was hearing about it, they thought that it, more than anything, focused on walks. The 2-2 outside on a changeup, and the count goes full. More than anything else, I think that philosophy was more about not giving into the pitcher, about getting a specific pitch to hit and hitting that pitch, no matter what count it is. 3-2 fouled back. Tony DeFrancesco, who was managing for Midland a few years ago, now up at AAA with Sacramento, he was the person to tell me, look, you don't want to get carried away with just the idea of walks. A lot of times if you work the count and and you're looking for a certain pitch, a lot of times your at-bat is going to end in a walk because you've worked the count so deep. Hard ground ball to second by Tupman, and up with it is Kendrick. On to first for the second out, and that'll go to the top of the order with Mel Stocker.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. The point is to not go to you're not going to the plate deliberately trying to draw walks. That's if you do that, you're gonna handicap yourself. The point is that you basically put your thumb right on it. Work the count. Don't swing at a pitch that you don't want to swing at. Don't swing at a pitch outside the strike zone. Now, if you do that, you're going to draw more walks. That's true. And some guys are going to draw a lot more walks.
Here's a first pitch to Stocker, and it's low, ball 1.
But even when you don't draw a walk, if you're swinging at a hitter's pitch, if you're swinging when you're ahead in the count, if you're swinging at a pitch that you want to hit, you're going to do a better job hitting.
The 1-0 is popped up on the infield. Greg Porter settles underneath it at third. In a couple of steps, he's got it. Kasey Olenberger, 3 innings of one-hit baseball, and he's retired the last 7 batters he's faced. So 3 innings are in the books. We go to the 4th. Travs 1, Wranglers nothing on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
You know, a while back when I was growing up, that was a long time ago, the Travelers used to do free tickets for kids with the Notto game. Well, the tradition continues at Ray Winder Field thanks to the West Little Rock Optimist Club. Listen to this deal. Every Traveler home game, youth groups can get free box seats. You heard right. Free box seats by calling the Travelers at 664-1555. Just ask for the Optimist Dugout, and each kid in your youth group or baseball team gets a free box seat while the adults pay just $6. You won't find a better deal anywhere in town. The Travs and the West Little Rock Optimist Club are committed to passing our love for baseball to your kids. In order to take advantage of this, you got to call 664-1555 and ask about the Optimist Dugout. Free box seats for youth groups every game, only at Ray Winder Field.
It's time for a reintroduction to one of your close friends. A friend who supported you through many a spring or summer night over the years, and you never have to go searching for him. He's always in the same spot along the third base line. Baseball fans, reintroducing the Ray Winder Field Bleachers. The Bleachers are the place to gather with your other friends to catch exciting Arkansas Travelers baseball. And at just $6 a ticket, there's no place friendlier. Call the Travs at 664-1555 or visit Travs.com.
3 innings are in the books here at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. We go to the top of the 4th, and it's a 1-0 lead for the Travs. Totals after 3, Arkansas, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. Travs have stranded a couple. Wranglers, no runs, 1 hit, 2 errors, and the Wranglers have stranded 1. Wes Wilkerson back on the mound after his 3 innings of work, and the Wranglers do have a lefty warming up in the bullpen. Looks like Nate Holscher getting loose. Mike Napoli leads off the 4th.
We were talking about plate discipline in the last inning, and this guy really has it. And he strikes out a lot, but he also draws a lot of walks. He's never going to be the guy that's going to hit for a high batting average, but because of his walks,
first pitch, he'll take a strike at the knees.
He'll be able to keep his on-base percentage at a decent level, and he's always going. I think he's always going to be able to hit for power, simply because when he does get ahead in the count, if the pitcher gives him a cripple pitch, he's going to hit it a long way.
0-1 from Wilkerson. Slider low, 1 ball, 1 strike. And if you got a catcher that's hitting 20, 25 homers for you, getting on base with walks, and he's doing a decent job behind the plate, you got to be happy with that kind of production from him. Here's a 1-1, and it's outside, ball 2. On deck, Kendry Morales. Then it'll be Greg Porter.
See, now, Wilkerson's tried to work him there with 2 sliders outside, and he didn't go fishing for it. So it's going to be interesting to see what Wilkerson does 2-1.
The pitch. Slider, swing and a miss.
He went fishing for that one.
Wilkerson didn't change his delivery. Nothing. Looked the same coming out of his hand. Napoli steps back into the plate. Mentioned the walks. Took 2 in the opening game. 72 on the year. 2-2. Got underneath the fastball and skies it on the infield. Underneath it, the shortstop, Mike Aviles. And he makes the catch. Boy, that was a high pop-up. Everything from Napoli is hit high.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier when we were off mic that even when he gets out, he tends to hit the ball very high up to the airplanes up there.
Now, John, when we were emailing before you got to the ballpark today, you mentioned that for the first game, you wanted to sit down in the seats with your radar gun and get a good look at the guys as close to the field as you can. You got to be the only guy that isn't working for a major league team that's actually here with a radar gun. Here's a pitch to Kendry Morales, and it's outside, ball 1.
Well, that was a birthday gift from my wife. It's something I'd wanted always for a long time.
1-0 pitch is fouled back. Now I'd never even thought of buying one. How much does that knock you back?
It was a few $100s.
So I mean, did you get one of the nice ones, right?
It's a pretty nice one. It was new, and I'm very happy with it.
Is it the kind of radar gun that Smokey will use on the side of the highway, or is this specifically for baseball? Here's the 1-1 to Kendry, up and in, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, it's designed for baseball, but when I first got it, me and my son went out in the front yard and tested it on cars. It was hilarious. They were standing in the front yard pointing this radar gun at cars, and they were coming down the street and squealing on their brakes when they saw somebody standing there with a radar gun. It was funny.
The 2-1 to Morales is outside, ball 3. Then they realized that it was a pretty small-looking cop.
It's a short, overweight cop, not in uniform, wearing a baseball cap, and I think they figured it out.
3-1 on Kendry. He reached on an error by the third baseman, King, to start the second inning. There's a stretch by Wilkerson. He kicks and comes home, and Morales takes strike 2, a fastball on the inside corner.
You know, back on the subject of plate discipline, this is a guy here, Morales, who, you look at his statistics, and his walk rate is quite low. And the few times that I've seen him...
Here's a pitch grounded to second, and Groves doesn't have to move laterally for it. Came right to him. Throws to first, and Kendry is out.
He's had some problems swinging at things outside the strike zone. And, he's got obvious power. He's got all the physical tools in the world, at least, to hit for power and hit for average. The question's going to be if he can show the refinement that he needs to be able to reach his physical potential.
Now, before Kendry was signed by the Angels, and there was the hullabaloo about him defecting, and they're going to go to the bullpen here. Larry Carter's making a pitching change. We'll keep it here for right now and continue talking about this. With Kendry coming over from Cuba, I know that the only chance that any of the major league teams had to watch Morales play was during international competition. Do you get the sense maybe that maybe that wasn't as big of a sample to scout from, because when he was signed, there were all these bubbly reports about Morales being major league ready now. He was ready to start as a designated hitter for the Angels right when they signed him. And it's quite obvious that isn't true. He's been struggling here at Double-A. Yes, you can obviously see that he is a real power prospect. But I guess my question is, when it comes to Cuban players, isn't it very difficult to get a sense of exactly what it is you are buying when you sign a player from Cuba?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I don't think that scouts have cracked the code, so to speak, yet with Cuban players. You know, they've gotten increasingly skilled at looking at a college player and figuring out how he's going to project into the pros. They've gotten increasingly skilled at looking at high school players and figuring out how they're going to project into the pros. You know, 15 years ago, drafting a high school player, pitcher or hitter for that matter, was very risky a lot of times. But nowadays, I think in the last 7 or 8 years, especially with the rise of year-round leagues and the area code games and things of that nature, teams are getting a better and better read on the high school players. But the Cuban players, that's still a mystery. You know, most of the big Cuban defectors have been pretty disappointing, and
most of the guys that have had success have been pitchers too.
That's true. That's exactly right. And the hitting especially has been really hard for scouts to get a feel on, and the exact reasons for that and how it can be improved, I'm not sure, but. Yeah, it is an issue. It is an issue, and I think it's something that teams should probably pay a little bit more attention to when they're considering investing in a Cuban player.
The pitcher brought in to replace Wilkerson is Nate Holscher, a left-hander, brought on to face left-handed hitting Greg Porter. The first pitch outside for a ball. Holscher stands 6'2", 185. He's from Alexandria, Minnesota. At the stretch with a 1-0, Porter takes a slider in there, strike one. Porter called out on strikes in the second inning after forcing Wilkerson to throw 10 pitches. 1-0 score here in the fourth. Arkansas ahead of the Wranglers. A 1-1 hard ground ball outside the baseline, foul down first base, and it's 1-2.
Now Holscher, I saw him pitch in the Midwest League a couple years ago, and he's got an average fastball. He tends to rely on his breaking ball. Tries to change speeds. He can be pretty tough on lefties. He's got a fairly deceptive delivery, and left-handed hitters sometimes have a hard time getting a read on him.
It comes from sort of three-quarters.
Not
yeah, quite.
sort of a slingshot type thing.
There's a pitch fouled off right in Porter's kitchen, and somehow he got a bat on that. I don't know how he did. It was just above the knee, at least a half a foot, maybe more inside, and he still got the bat on it.
Yeah, that's one thing about Holscher. He's not afraid to pitch inside. Sometimes you get these guys who don't throw that hard, and they shy away from the hitters, but he's pretty aggressive about it.
1-2 pitch hits Porter. So he's trying to come inside, comes too far inside. Porter will toss the bat aside, take off his piece of armor on his right ankle, and take his base. And David Gates comes up to the plate next. You know, John, you mentioned about scouting in the United States with all the area code games and regional tournaments for American Legion and things like that. I was shocked when, I guess it was 3 or 4 years ago, I saw Baseball America come up with the best player in the country at each age. And I think they started at 12 years old.
Yeah.
Now we hear about basketball players getting scouted on the streets of big cities, you know, when they're 8, 9 years old, and guys follow them up until they get to high school. But I didn't know that was the same with baseball, as Gates takes inside for a ball.
Yeah, you know, that's even something that I think that may have been going on longer than people think. I know when I was a kid, back in, I guess this would have been about 1983, there was a 10-year-old on our Little League field who was actually getting some scouts to pay attention to him.
A 1-0 pitch is inside. It's 2-0. 10 years old, and he's getting scouted by people that have something to do with a major league team, and yet they're too frightened to ask for a girl's phone number. What kind of a baseball player is that?
Well, the really funny thing is that same kid.
2-0 is low, check swing, they'll appeal, no swing, ball 3.
4 years later, when he went out for the high school team, he didn't make it. And so I think that, when you're talking about kids that age, I mean, I think it's different now. I mean, that was in the early 80s, and I think that they probably have a better handle on it now. But
Rio to Gates, he swings and fouls it off over the press box.
But so many things can change from when a kid is, 12, between 12 and 16, let alone 12 and 18 or 22. So when I see those things about, best 12-year-old prospect in the country, I really don't pay that much attention to it myself.
Hey, you're not going to be dropping what you're doing at that moment and taking a trip to see him.
No, not at this point.
Goodness. Kid at that age is more excited about the new John Madden football game coming out than anything else.
Well, they should be. I think that's one of my pet peeves. I think that on the one hand, all this extra competition is a good thing, but
3-1 to Gates low, ball 4, and that sends Porter to second. So Holscher's come on, hit a batter, and walked another.
On the other hand, when I was a kid, we used to play I mean, I wasn't much of an athlete, but we used to play wiffle ball in our front yards every day during the summer, 7 days a week. And it was just a pickup game that we did for fun. You know, my friends and I, we'd play catch for 4 or 5 hours a day and just talk about things. And it wasn't competitive, but that's where I learned to love baseball. And I think that's something that may be lost for the current generation. And I think that's kind of unfortunate.
Ivan Reyes has a chance to give the Travs a little insurance here, but Larry Carter, the Wrangler pitching coach, is going to slow things down and make his way to the pitcher's mound. Wichita gets a right-hander warming up in the bullpen, and that's Steve Bray, who was warming up in the 7th inning in the opener but never pitched. Travs 1, Wichita nothing. We're in the top of the 4th. Phil Elson joined by John Sickles. Quickly go through some of the scores across the Texas League on the Southwest Airlines Sports Ticker. He had that perfect game thrown by 3 Frisco pitchers yesterday in Corpus Christi. And let this web page refresh a little bit. Got to get some high-speed internet in this press box. Well, Frisco hasn't yet. They're not throwing a perfect game again, but they are throwing another shutout. In the 5th inning, it's 4-0 Frisco over Corpus. Home runs by Fox, Nikias, and Senrizo for the Rough Riders. San Antonio 5, Midland 2. They're in the top of the 4th. John Nelson went deep for the Missions. Mark Kiger hit a home run for Midland. And Tulsa ahead of Springfield 3-1 in the 6th. Corey Slavic and Jason Nix have homered for the Drillers. Holscher, who's hit a batter and walked another, will face Ivan Reyes, and he delivers to the right-handed batter, and Reyes pops it up out of play. Reyes flied out in the 2nd inning. Second at-bat of the night. He had a double. Yeah, but that was the double yesterday when he came to the plate late in the ball game. He was actually 0 for 2 today with a pinch hit at bat in the opener. Stretch by Holscher. A good look at second. No one holds Porter on base. Reyes pops another one out of play, and that's strike 2. Wes Wilkerson goes 3 2/3 innings. Gave up 2 hits and 1 run, which is unearned. No walks, 3 strikeouts. Decent appearance.
He looked pretty good.
But as most relievers that are getting a spot start, he was unable to work past the 4th inning. Here's the 0-2 up high to Ivan, ball 1. Ivan Reyes was a top prospect for the Yankees for a couple of years, a 3rd-round pick out of high school. And he's drifted over to the Angels after spending last year playing independent ball. The 1-2 sent the other way, but foul again over Ye Old Beer Garden. Still a ball and 2 strikes on Reyes. Reyes coming back up to the plate, adjusting his helmet. Holscher leans in, ball behind his back, twirls it around a little bit. They're straight away in the outfield, a little shallow and right. The 1-2. Curve low and inside, and Reyes jumps out of the way of that pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
In the games that I've seen this guy pitch, the biggest problem that he's had is something to use against right-handed hitters. He's pretty effective against the lefties, so it's going to be interesting to see how he works a guy like Reyes, who does have some pop from the right side, but is not exactly refined.
2-2 pitch. Ground ball over the mound, up the middle, and into center field for a base hit. Porter rounds 3rd, and he comes home. The throw goes to 3rd base. Into 3rd is Gates. Reyes trying for 2nd, and he's in there at 2nd base. An RBI single for Reyes makes it 2-0. And on the throw to 3rd, Reyes goes to 2nd. Well, just as you were mentioning that, John, he had trouble getting the right-handed batter out. And immediately after Porter was hit by the pitch, that's when Larry Carter got Bray warming up in the bullpen. He may be going to Bray sometime soon.
Yeah, Bray's a pretty impressive guy. I don't know if you've seen him this year yet or not, but he's got a very live arm, good sink on his fastball, and an effective breaking ball as well.
Del Chiaro comes to the plate as the Travs have sent 4 men up to the plate after 2 outs. Larry Carter has seen enough, and he's going to the bullpen again. So this will be the 2nd pitching change of the inning for the Wichita Wranglers. They'll have Bray coming in after Holscher doesn't retire anybody. Gives up a hit, a run, a walk, and a hit batter. Well, this time we'll take a break, 60 seconds, with the Wranglers making another pitching change. Travs have taken a 2-0 lead here in the fourth inning. And this is the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Anybody ever say to you, looks like somebody's got a case of the Mondays? What are the Mondays? Are you supposed to be glum and depressed just because the work week started? What a bunch of baloney. Here at Ray Winder Field, we're going to turn Mondays into something you can look forward to. That's because the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette presents Democrat-Gazette Mondays here at Ray Winder Field. Every Monday, the Travs are home. You just pick up a copy of the Democrat-Gazette, and there'll be a discount coupon right in the sports section, good for $3 admission. See, Mondays aren't so bad, at least not during the baseball season. So the next time someone tells you about a bad case of the Mondays, grab 2 quarters, get the Democrat-Gazette, and show them that the Mondays are a good thing to get. It's a $3 coupon every Monday, brought to you by the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette.
Steve Bray has entered the ball game, replacing Nate Holscher. And Bray, standing 6'1", 195 pounds. He's 24 years old, out of Brantford, Connecticut. Bray makes his 10th appearance with Wichita, no decisions, a .329 earned run average. And as John Sickles had mentioned, he likes his stuff. He pitched at High Desert earlier this year, saving 9 games at a 3-1 record. Now, what have you seen from Steve Bray before, John?
Well, I saw him in Midwest League last year, and he was I think he was a 14th round pick in '03 out of the University of New Haven.
Brent Del Chiaro, the batter, and the first pitch is off speed. It's low.
And he's not a real tall guy. I think he's listed as 6'0", but he might be a little shorter than that. But he, in the games that I've seen at least, he's got a 90, 91 mile an hour fastball with nice, good sinking action and a good breaking ball. 1-0
to Del Chiaro, popped out of play. Presley gives chase over to the first base fence, but it's well into the seats. It's 1-1 to Del Chiaro, who struck out in the third.
His command's pretty good. He usually throws strikes, and I think he's projected to be probably a middle relief type guy in the majors.
Now you're just going off this by memory. You don't have any notes around you right now. Have you got a photographic memory or something?
Well, it's not as good as it used to be, but I usually
1-1, a strike on the outside corner.
If I see a guy, I usually remember what he does and what he throws pretty well. That's something that I've been doing this whole prospect thing basically as a hobby since I was probably 10 or 11 years old, and so
the 1-2. Off the end of the bat, it goes slow to second base, and it's Groves on to first, and the side retired. Travs managed 1 run here in the fourth inning. They needed 3 pitchers to get that 1 run. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left. We go to the bottom of the fourth. It's the Travelers 2, the Wranglers nothing, and this is the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life, like the time I took this really hot girl to a scary movie. I just finished the entire tub of popcorn, extra salt, and my date had just finished her Coke. Which she could have offered me some of, considering I did pay for it, but whatever. So, I'm sitting there and my mouth is like a salt lick when she gives me the look, but there's no way I could kiss her. I gotta tell you, I would have done anything to have a Coke at that moment. They say the best lessons are hardest learned. I say don't date a girl who won't share her Coke. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
Check has always given you and your family the best choices in great food. Many of you are now watching Those Carbs, and although the Pig and Chick menu has always offered great low-carb items, there's now a special low-carb menu featuring items with the same great taste Pig and Chick is famous for. Of course, you'll still find those great Pig and Chick ribs, barbecue sandwiches, catfish, gourmet sandwiches, chicken, steaks, and more. Bring the whole family for a relaxing dinner. In a hurry, get it to go. Pig and Chick, 7824 Highway 107 in Sherwood. Open 10:30 a.m. till 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
You know that more than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant? And did you know that every 16 minutes, a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope.
Kasey Olenberger had quite a layoff while the Travs were batting in the 4th inning. Good 15, 20-minute inning while the Travs brought home 1 run. Here in the bottom of the 4th, it'll be Shane Costa leading off for the Wranglers. 2-0 Travelers. Bill Elson and John Sickles here with you on the Creative Sports Radio Network. Game 2 of the doubleheader, and the Travs looking to split the doubleheader. First doubleheader loss today in the opener, with Wichita winning it 9-4.
You're asking me about how I remember things.
Here's a pitch to Costa, and he takes it right down the middle for a strike. Yes, because I could use some notes on memory.
I think it's just that my mind is filled with useless baseball trivia.
Not useless anymore.
Nope.
The 0-1 is low, and it's a ball and a strike.
And I've been fortunate enough to make a living doing this. So, it's just stuff that I remember. I don't really have an explanation for it.
1-1 pitch, a soft fly ball to shallow left. Gates coming in to make a running catch, and there's 1 out. Now, when you were growing up, obviously you've had this passion for not just statistics, but stats. The game of baseball itself, stories about players, guys on their way up. Were there any certain books that you got a hold of at a young age that caused you to really get interested in this, that you would read when you would go to sleep and you wouldn't fall asleep for 3 hours? Here's a pitch to Mike Aviles, and a swing and a miss at a fastball.
Well, I'd been a baseball fan since I was, I suppose, 9 or 10 years old, and but it really didn't open up to me as more than just a hobby.
The 0-1, and another swing and a miss at a fastball. 0-2.
Until 1983, when my father bought me a copy of the Bill James baseball abstract.
So you just said the name right there.
Yep. And that's Bill. I think
0-2. Fouled back this way. Look out. That was just off to the right.
Bill. I think Bill James, his writing. Sort of opened up the game to me in a way that I'd never looked at before, and it helped me appreciate it even more than I already did.
Another pitch popped up. Brent Del Chiaro hasn't found it yet. Now he does, and the ball falls in foul territory. Del Chiaro was late finding the ball in the sky, and by the time he noticed it in the air, it was already on its way down, and it fell in behind him. Nobody really pointed to where that ball was.
I'm not sure any of them saw it. But the way the sky is right now, it's in that kind of dusky twilight thing, and it's kind of hard to pick the ball up.
Kind of Twisky right now.
Twisky, yes. I'm also a linguist.
Invent words every once in a while, just like I do. Remaining 0-2 on Aviles. He had the only hit so far for the Wranglers. And here he chops to short. Reyes on the second bounce, backhands. The throw to first on the money, 2 outs.
And talking about Bill James, I actually ended up working for Bill. I was his personal assistant from 1993 to 1996, and that was basically due to a chance encounter where I was going to grad school at the Upper Livermore. And he went to the store where my wife worked to purchase something, and she recognized him, and she said, "Are you Bill James?" And he said, "Yes, I am." And she said, "Well, my husband's a big fan of yours. He'd love to work for you." And he said, "Oh, well, I'm looking for an assistant. Have him call me. Here's my business card." And so my wife comes home bearing a business card from Bill James and tells me to call him. And,
yes, sir.
The rest is history.
Josh Presley fouls a pitch off to the left side. That's a strike. Now, I purchased a book by James and Rob Nair last year, the Guide to All the Pitchers.
Yeah,
that comes through.
I like that book.
That was an interesting book. And I toted it around with me on occasion just as a reference manual on it sometimes. 0-1, bouncing ball foul right side, 0-2 to Presley, who tipped to the mound in the first inning, and he's 0 for 1.
Yeah, that's one of those books you can just kind of pick up and read for 10 minutes and learn something. I thought it was fascinating, but I like baseball, so.
Here's the windup by Olenberger, and a shot to third, smothered by Porter on one bounce. On to first base, he throws it in the dirt. Morales couldn't scoop it up, and that'll be a throwing error on Greg Porter. Well, he had time to get the throw to first, and he took some time. But put it on the backhand side for Morales, and he was unable to come up with it. So that'll open up the door for Corey Aldrich. Well, an error in the second inning in Game 1 opened up the door for 3 runs for Wichita. Perhaps they may take advantage here in the 4th. Aldridge, power hitter. Homered yesterday, homered in the opening game. He flied to dead center in the second. 2-0 Travs in front here in the fourth, and Olenberger delivering. Aldridge takes low, 1 ball, no strikes.
Now this is the first time I've seen Olenberger, and he's a pretty interesting guy. You were telling me earlier about his background, which is a little bit unusual, and that's one of the reasons I love following minor leagues. Is that there's always stories like that. You know, it's not all about first round picks.
1-0 pitch, right on the inside corner for a strike. 1-1. I think a lot of scouts are getting their first look at Olenberger too. I'm not sure how many people were scouting the Italian Pro League last year. Someone caught word on Olenberger. He hooked up with the Angels.
Well, that's a good bit of scouting there. I mean, at the very least, they have an effective Double-A pitcher.
The 1-1 line drive, hugging the right field line. Foul by a half foot. Delphine Colon got a good look at that going down the right field line and made the call pretty easily. So it's a 1-2 count on Corey Aldridge. Now, while Europe isn't heavily scouted right now, John, the Pacific Rim is scouted pretty heavily. You've got guys toting around all of Asia, Japan, Taiwan, Korea. Tim Ireland, who's a Texas League Hall of Fame manager, he was the Pacific Rim scout for, I believe it may have been the Mariners for a few years. Angels have people focused out west as well. That's east. It's west if you keep going west past California. The 1-2 is inside, 2-2 to Aldridge.
You can get there either way. Just keep going. I think that I think that baseball is continuing to grow in popularity, and it may not be the focus of American sports the way it was 50 or 60 years ago, but I think that the game is healthy, and I think it will continue to thrive.
2-2 Aldridge. Foul back off the press level. Now, I've always thought, at least for the last few years, with the influx of not just foreign people coming into the United States, because there's been foreigners playing Major League Baseball for a long time, from Mexico, from Panama, from all the Latino countries and the Caribbean countries, but now you're getting a lot of players coming in from the Far East, Australians as well. The game is really expanding globally, and then you just get the bombshell that hits a couple of weeks ago with baseball no longer in the Olympics. 2-2, Aldridge takes ball 3 inside. Now, of course, the Baseball World Classic may balance that out nicely, but I've just thought that the game is going much more global than I think people outside the game understand.
Yeah, I think that's right, and the whole thing with the Olympics. I mean, I think that the Olympic movement itself is not what it used to be.
Runner goes 3-2, foul ball over the press box.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, it seemed to be a lot bigger deal than it is now, and I think that's unfortunate. These things tend to run in cycles, though, and I think that if baseball continues to grow in popularity in the Far East and elsewhere for that matter. There's even glimmers of it in Russia, of all places. If it continues to grow, it will probably get re-recognized as an Olympic sport. It may take another 20 or 30 years, but it will happen eventually.
Once again, the 3-2 pitch. Line drive to the second baseman, and Kendrick right there to snag it. Just remember, John, that football is not in the Olympics. Neither is NASCAR. So baseball not being in the Olympics, ho-hum. No runs, no hits, 1 error for the Wranglers, and 1 runner left on base. We played 4. It's 2-0 Travs. We go to the 5th on the CSN Travelers Radio Network.
Hey, nobody said quitting smoking was easy, but others have done it, and you can too, with help from the SOS Quit line, 1-866-NOW-QUIT. They'll give you the help you need to kick the tobacco habit. It's free, and it's free of nagging and preaching too. So call 1-866-NOW-QUIT and get the help you need. What have you got to lose, besides the most dangerous habit you've ever had? 1-866-NOW-QUIT. Call now.
Hey fans, Bill Valentine here with a question. When was the last time you saw the Travs turn the triple play? That's right, I can't remember either. So this year, we're going to celebrate if the Travs manage to turn that trick. $100,000 to one fan if the Travs complete a triple play during the 6th inning of a home game. You got to be 18 to enter with a valid driver's license, and you must be present to win. It's the Travelers' $100,000 triple play giveaway all season long here at Raywinder Field.
Sports fans across Arkansas remember Jim Elder as a walking baseball encyclopedia and a legendary sports figure who was named the state's top sportscaster 11 times. But Jim was about much more than sports. He loved people, and especially he loved kids. Jim passed away in 1998, but his memory lives on through the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund, working closely with programs such as the First Tee, Park, and the Lamar Porterfield RBI program. The Jim Elder Good Sport Fund helps kids learn leadership, sportsmanship, and a strong work ethic through sports. To learn more about the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund, go to www.jimelder.org.
We're in the top of the fifth inning. It's the Travelers 2 and the Wranglers nothing. Reggie Willits lead it off against Steve Bray, who delivered a fastball on the outside corner for a called strike. Willits scored the first Traveler run. He had one out of the third inning when he sliced a ball down the left field line. Shane Costa was able to cut it off. He bobbled it, however. Willits was credited with a single, and he went into second base on Costa's error. 0-1, a line drive base hit into right field, and Willits is aboard for the second time. This time with a leadoff single. We'll see if he can get a little creative here. He's already stolen one base today. Howie Kendrick will come up to the plate.
The second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
Kendrick grounded to the mound of the first and hit a sacrifice fly in the third inning. John, have you ever seen Kendrick previously?
Yes, I saw him when he played for Cedar Rapids in the Midwest League.
Now he's a very interesting kid. He's a good hitter, too. He really makes adjustments at the plate. He's got a nice-looking swing.
Yeah, I think he looks like a throwback to first base there by Bray. He looks to me like definitely a potential 300 hitter at the major league level. I think the only question is going to be how much power he's going to develop. He's not a classic-looking power hitter, but he's got a very fast bat, and it's bat speed that counts in a big picture.
Bray with a long time of the stretch, and he steps off. He will be paying some attention to Reggie Willits.
Yeah, he should, too. Willits is very fast, as you and your listeners are well aware.
Willits takes that lead. Kendrick shows bunt and takes the pitch at the knees for a called strike. Boy, the Angels sure are overloaded with middle infield prospects, aren't they?
Well, you've got Kendrick, you've got Abar, you've got Colaspo, and then down in A-ball you've got Brandon Wood, who could be the best of them all. They should have their middle infield needs filled for the foreseeable future.
Another long time of the stretch. As Bray stepped off, Willits flinched towards second. There was no throwback to first. And then there just happens to be the two middle infielders starting for the Angels anyway, which are pretty good middle infielders too, in Cabrera and Adam Kennedy. Kendrick shot up the middle, diving stop at short by Aviles. There's an out at second, throw to first, double play. That was gorgeous. Aviles dove for the ball just to the left of second base. He flipped it to Brett Groves while he's on the ground, and Groves takes it from there. Kendrick really hit the ball hard, and that is part of the reason that is a 6-4-3 double play.
Right fielder, Tommy Murphy.
Great play by Aviles. He's not known for his defense. He's committed 29 errors on the season, but he really gave maximum effort for that play. 2 outs. Base is empty. Here's Murphy.
Particularly impressive considering the speed of both runners involved. They're very fast guys. That was a good play all around, especially with Groves' release.
Murphy's 1 for 2 as he takes Bray's curve for a called strike. Now, John, we don't have too much time left here. The last thing I want to ask you, we talked about all the prospects in the Angels organization. They do not trade the prospects. It's never happened, at least not since the Travs have been affiliated. There's a called strike again, and it's 0-2. Don't you get the sense towards the end of this trade deadline that they may have to make a change? At some point, they need a lefty in the bullpen. They need a reliever. They have all these prospects overloaded. They're backing up in some of the positions. Maybe they might let somebody loose. Murphy fouls one off. It's still 0-2.
Well, the obvious thing to do would be to trade one of the middle infielders. And I know that there have been trade rumors. There have been trade talks. I know that there are teams that I've heard that are interested. And they're going to have to sit down. They're going to have to figure out which of these guys they consider untouchable.
Another 0-2 and another foul ball. You know whose name I've heard floated around a lot is the Kansas City first baseman Mike Sweeney. that the Angels,
I've heard that rumor.
The Angels are looking for another power bat, and they'd love to get Sweeney in there. Doesn't mean that they could sign him after the season, but they do have some prospects I think that the Royals would covet. 0-2 to Murphy, up high, ball one.
Yeah, the Angels farm system is in pretty good condition. They've got catchers, they've got middle infielders. They've certainly got things that the Royals and other teams could use. So.
Their starting pitcher, they've got it all.
That's true.
1-2 to Murph is low. 2 outs and a 2-2 count now on Murphy.
So, as for whether or not they're going to pull the trigger, I don't know. They've shown a reluctance to do so. And I think in some ways that's admirable. It shows that they are concerned about remaining competitive for the long run and are not willing to mortgage the future for just a short-run gain.
This pitch to Murphy, skied, shallow center field. Drifting in is Meyer, and he gets underneath the baseball and puts it away.
But at the same time, you also have to be able to grab for the brass swing when it presents itself. So it'll be interesting to see how they resolve this in the next day or two.
Yeah, you only got a day left.
That's right.
John Sickles, thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
John Sickles from minorleagueball.com and johnsickles.com joining us for the last 3.5 innings. And while he was on, the Travs are leading 2-0. Go to the bottom of the 5th on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
And now Sonic presents Molly, Brian, and some cookie dough hijinks.
This Sonic cookie dough blast is great.
I love it.
It's got all these little bits of cookie dough in there. You know, it just reminds me when I was little, my mom was making some cookies, and I got all the dough, and I ate all of it before she could cook the cookies.
Oh.
And I tell you, my reaction to that sugar was pretty phenomenal. I sort of started vibrating, and running around and getting really hyper. And at one point, I thought that I was an actual beam of light. And, I was running around the house saying, I'm a beam of light, I'm a beam of light. And,
Honey,
yeah.
you did that last week.
Was that last week?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know you'd eaten a bunch of cookie dough. That actually makes me feel better.
Cookie Dough Blast, new at Sonic. It's the irresistible taste of chocolate chip cookie dough blended into a creamy frozen treat. Try one tonight because Sonic's open till at least midnight all summer long. Sonic's Cookie Dough Blast at participating Sonic drive-ins. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Get out today and hit the links. Stone Links. Stone Links Golf Course is rated as one of the best public courses in the state. Sporting beautiful bent grass greens, plus lush fairways and tees. Stone Links has matured over the past 3 years into a true test of golf. Stone Links features reasonable green speeds and 18 link-style holes located 1 mile off I-440 on Faulkner Lake Road. Call 945-0945 for Stone Links or visit online at stonelinks.net.
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. Travs have the lead over the Wichita Wranglers 2-0. They're a little late getting a coach out to go over to first base. The Wranglers are doing without 2 of their coaches today. Nelson Liriano is actually going to be undergoing open heart surgery sometime over the next couple of weeks. As the first pitch of the inning is skied by Brennan King into foul territory, deep towards the bullpen, and Kendry Morales goes a long way out from first base to make the catch. King retired, fouls out, 1 gone, and Mitch Meyer up next. Boy, Kasey Olenberger dealing a gorgeous game thus far. He's allowed only 1 hit through 4 1/3 innings.
Center fielder Mitch Meyer.
But yes, Nelson Liriano, who's been the hitting coach for the Wranglers for the last 3 seasons, he's here at the ballpark now, but he's not in uniform. He's undergoing open heart surgery sometime over the next couple of weeks. Certainly wish him the best. Very nice man. Strike call to Meyer, left-handed batter, fouled out in the second. And Frank White, also not with the ball club, not for health reasons. Pitch on the way. Base hit right field by Meyer. Got a change up down the middle and hit a hard 1-hopper through the right side. Second base hit for Wichita. 1 away in the 5th, and Brett Groves coming up to the plate. Frank White is not at today's doubleheader as one of his daughters is getting married.
Second baseman Brett Groves.
Brett Groves comes up to hit. So Wichita really is just being led by Larry Carter, their pitching coach. He's doubling his pitching coach and manager today for 2 games. He already picked up a win in his managerial debut for this year. Here's Groves, batting for the left side, 0 for 1. Shows bunt, tries to pull it, and bunts it foul, strike 1. Well, let's go through some of the scores in the major leagues. Haven't been able to touch those yet. Cubs were winners afternoon against the Diamondbacks 4-3. Aramis Ramirez at a 2-run pinch hit single in the bottom of the 9th inning for the winning hit. Phillies over the Rockies 5-3. Brent Myers got the win. Billy Wagner saved his 23rd. Olenberger high set on 0-1. Deliberate throw over to first base. Diving back is Meyer. Boston defeated Minnesota 8-5. Kurt Schilling got his 4th save. Bronson Arroyo got the win. He's 9-6. Olerud and Miller deep for the Red Sox. Jones and Mauer for the Minnesota Twins. The Angels leading at Yankee Stadium 3-1 there in the bottom of the 8th. Irvin Santana in line for the win. Here's the 0-1 pitch. High fly ball hit by Groves into right center field. Willits into the gap, plenty of room. And he makes the catch. There's 2 outs. Back to first goes Meyer. The line for Santana at Yankee Stadium, 6 1/3. He allowed 6 hits and 1 run. Struck out 5, walked only 2. Did give up a home run to Tino Martinez. Garrett Anderson and Benji Molina went deep for the Angels off Mike Mussina. Angels need a win to snap a losing streak. Halos have fallen 4 consecutive games, and their lead in the West Division is down to 3.5 games over the Oakland A's. A's host Detroit tonight. Rich Harden pitches for the Athletics against Douglas. Here's Matt Tupman, left-handed batter, and he'll take outside for a ball. 2-0 is the score here in Wichita. Travs leading the Wranglers. Tampa Bay defeated Kansas City 6-3. Texas a winner at Toronto 4-1. Olenberger to the stretch with 2 outs and a 1-ball count. The pitch to Tupman is high, ball 2. Tupman grounded out in the 3rd inning. He did not play in the opener. Florida leading the Nationals 4-3 in the 8th. Atlanta 2-1 over Pittsburgh in the 9th. Milwaukee over the Giants 5-2 in the 7th inning. Astros getting homers from Biggio, Berkman, and Ensberg 5-2 over the Mets in the 7th. The 2-0 pitch is outside to Tupman, ball 3. White Sox 7th inning leading at Baltimore 4-2. That Yankee game has now gone into the bottom of the 9th inning with the Angels leading by 3. K-Ron on to try to save it. A 3-ball count. Olenberger delivers to the letters. Strike 1. 3-1 to Tupman. Tupman entered this game batting .413 against the Travelers. Meyer leads away from the base at first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. It goes after the fastball. It was right at the knees. And that takes the count to 3-2. Morales backs off at first. Meyer will be running with a pitch. At the letters, here it comes. Foul back. Off of one of the suites up here at the 2nd level. The count still 3 balls and 2 strikes with Olenberger. Trying to pitch 5 shutout innings. He went 8 innings his last time out at Springfield, allowing just 1 run. He's pitching fantastically. Here it comes again. And another foul ball over the bleachers at 3rd. Traveler runs here in the 2nd game, coming in the 3rd and 4th innings. Howie Kendrick hit a sacrifice fly in the 3rd, chasing Willits home. And Ivan Reyes knocked home Greg Porter with a 2-out single in the 4th. Olenberger ready again. He deals up high. Tupman takes a 2-out walk. Tying runners on base for the Wranglers, and they're at the top of the order. There are 2 outs. Mel Stocker, the batter. Stocker is 0 for 2. Fly to center field in the 1st inning. Popped out to 3rd in the 3rd inning. Critical spot here for Olenberger. He surveys the situation, seeing Meyer at second and Tutman at first. Stalker, speedy, left-handed batter, always a tough out. And here's the stretch by Olenberger. First pitch, high for a ball. Immediately out of the Traveler dugout is pitching coach Keith Comstock. He's going to head to speak with Kasey. Traveler fans, don't forget that the Travs are back in town less than half a week, Tuesday. A 5-game homestand with the Springfield Cardinals, the opponent each night, Tuesday through Saturday. Capping the weekend off with a couple of outstanding giveaways. Friday, August 5th, baseball card sets to the first 500 paid kids, courtesy of Sonic Drive-In and Dr. Pepper. Be one of the first to get this Traveler collectible. Then the next day, Saturday, August the 6th, it's official Arkansas football night. First 1,000 paid kids on Saturday get an official Arkansas football courtesy of Dr. Pepper and Sonic Drive-In. And if things go according to plan, Saturday, August 6th will be the Little Rock debut of Jared Weaver. 1-0 count to Stalker. Olenberger comes home outside. And it's 2 balls, no strikes on Mel Stalker. Traveler bullpen not working yet. Right, if Olenberger puts Stalker on base, tying run to go to second, bullpen might start working. 2-0 pitch. There's a strike at the letters, a fastball over the outside edge. 2-1. Big strike there because Stalker was just taking everything. No intentions of swinging at a pitch. Hands together by the big righty. Olenberger delivers. Ground ball to second. It's Kendrick with the glove on to first. And the side is retired. Kasey Olenberger, another scoreless inning of work. 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 stranded. Take this game into the 6th inning at Wichita. It's the Travelers 2 and the Wranglers nothing. This is the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They get free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Vail Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock. Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, General Manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas-oriented. You know, the things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in her 27th year.
Travs take a 2-0 lead into the top of the 6th inning. Attempting to split this doubleheader with the Wichita Wranglers. Wranglers were the winners in the opener 9-4. They've taken a 2-game lead over the Travs for first place in the East Division. Mike Napoli leads off the 6th as the designated hitter. He has popped up twice. Steve Bray is still the pitcher for the Wranglers, and his first pitch is at the knees of Napoli right over the inside corner for a called strike. Bray, an inning and a third. 1 hit, no runs, no strikeouts, no walks. Nate Holscher gave up an earned run in the 4th without retiring a hitter. Here's the 0-1. And the curve is low. 1 ball, 1 strike on Napoli. Following Mike is Kendry Morales. And then Greg Porter comes up to bat. Bray at the stretch, kicks and comes home. Bouncing ball foul outside third by Napoli, and it's 1-2. Nightfall has come in to settle to Wichita. It's a beautiful night, very calm, very clear. Can't see the stars yet with the lights up overhead us. And that fire, which seemed like it was raging out of control at the end of batting practice, no more smoke, thank goodness. The 1-2 missed the outside corner, but not by much. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Mike Napoli. Temperature 78 degrees here in southeastern Kansas. Winds at only 7 miles an hour, but this is a perfect night. The 2-2 pitch. A hard ground ball to the third baseman. King has it bounce off his chest in front of him. He recovers and throws Napoli out. So Mike 0 for 3. Kendry Morales is up next. Once again, if you've just joined us and hadn't heard, I don't think I'd mention it during the second game. Tragedy struck one of the Travelers yesterday. Reliever Matt Wilhite is back home in Franklin, Kentucky with his family after the death of his younger brother. Morales takes a pitch down low. It's ball 1. Michael Wilhite was 20 years old. He was playing for a summer collegiate league in Bend, Oregon. And he was floating a river outside Bend, Oregon with his teammates. Fell off the raft. Never came up out of the river. Pitch outside here to Morales. 2 balls, no strikes. Michael Wilhite would have been 21 years old today, and he was going to be making a trip to see Matt next week in Little Rock. There's a pitch down low, ball 3 to Morales. And the entire team took that very hard. They all gave Wilhite their condolences last night. Tried to let him know that at least he had his teammates behind him. Strike to Morales as he was heading down the first base line. 3-1. So Wilhite not with a team for now, and no one knows how long he'll be gone or if he'll be coming back. Hopefully he will come back, and it'll take a while to recover from that blow. 3-1 pitch, a strike to Morales on the outside corner. Count 3-2. A full count, Bray deals. Morales takes ball 4 outside. And Kendry fires his bat towards the dugout. He's removing his batting gloves. And he does not look pleased with the home plate umpire. I mean, he took a windup with his bat and fired it towards the dugout. Then stopped halfway to first base. And took off his gloves, took off his leg armor. And the body language all said that he didn't appreciate the 2 strikes that were called on him. And he reached base. 1 on, 1 out for Greg Porter. Hit by a pitch his last time up. And there's a strike thrown by Bray at the letters. So Kevin Lynch replacing Matt Wilhite on the roster. And it's almost the same situation as when Wilhite came up to the Travelers in 2003. Here's an 0-1 to Porter. And a swing and a miss at a changeup. Strike 2. Porter struck out in the second, hit by that pitch, and scored in the fourth. Wilhite came up because the Travelers were in dire need of a pitcher. Remember, that was when Steve Andrade had a bum knee, and there were no other relievers available in the system, and so the Angels sent Wilhite in his first year, undrafted out of Western Kentucky, up to Little Rock for a good 2 weeks. The 0-2 to Porter. Strike 3 called at the knees, and he'll walk away. Second time Porter's been called out on strikes, and once again he is displeased with the call of Jeremy Sparling. Close pitch, when it looked like a good one. 2 outs, 1 on for David Gates. 2-0 score. Trav still leading the Wranglers. Lynch in his first professional season, though he's got an idea of what professional ball is all about. His brother Matt Lynch has been pitching for the Midland Rockhounds most of the season. Here's Gates, a strikeout and a walk today. First pitch fouled back. over the press box. Strike one. When you send a guy up from rookie ball to Double-A without even pitching in Single-A, I mean, he could get crushed. First batter that Lynch faced hit a home run off him. On the other hand, he could do just fine. 0-1 is low, a ball and a strike now. The thing is we are going to see Lynch pitch in some pressure situations. But the Travs no longer having a left-hander in the bullpen with Collazo full time in the rotation. And with Matt Wilhite gone for the time being, everybody's going to pitch that's in the pen. Here's a ground ball to third. Behind the base is King. He winds up and throws Gates out, and the inning is over. No runs for the Travs in the sixth. No base hits. There was one runner left. Bottom of the sixth on the way. It's the Travelers 2 and the Wranglers nothing. Game 2 of the doubleheader right here on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet in Jacksonville offers a 3,000-mile warranty on every used vehicle. Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet puts a brand new set of tires on every used vehicle. Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet puts a bed liner in every used truck. Fact. Only Gwatney Chevrolet offers a certificate of assurance that every used vehicle is good enough for a mom to drive. Fact. Only at Gwatney Chevrolet will you get the new car smell without the new car price. Fact. Gwatney Chevrolet in Jacksonville is the only place to shop for new and used.
An accident involving a large truck can cause a lot of damage. If you're injured, you need a law firm that knows what they're doing. And while facts differ and results vary, we've got a verdict as large as $12.5 million in a single tractor-trailer case. Put this experience on your side. Call us at Gary Eubanks & Associates. We'll win your case, or you don't owe us a dime.
Is the linen and apparel company to get your team into a professional uniform program. AmeriPride features a wide range of high-quality custom programs for the manufacturing industry, hospitality and food service, medical or dental uniforms, and professional and executive wear. Call 664-5575 to schedule a presentation with an AmeriPride consultant. Also specializing in the finest quality table linens, rental mats, and restroom services. Call 664-5575 for AmeriPride, the official garment supplier of the Arkansas Travelers.
Sixth inning now. Shane Costa leads off for the Wichita Wranglers as Kasey Olenberger working again into the sixth inning with the first pitch in there for a strike to Costa. In 5 innings, Olenberger has allowed only 2 base hits, 1 walk, and still without a strikeout. Costa's 0 for 2 as he takes low, and it's 1-1. Olenberger delivers 1-1 and a foul ball at the plate by Costa. Strike 2. Olenberger threw 81 pitches over the first 5 innings. Remember, he went 8 innings his last time out. They're up to about 105 pitches. Nobody warming up in the bullpen yet. The 1-2. Costa, did he hold back on a high check swing? He went around. Third base umpire Joe Maiden rings him up. And Costa is the first strikeout victim for Kasey Olenberger. Costa does not strike out much at all. In fact, that is only the 12th strikeout in the season for Costa at Double-A in 202 at-bats. Here's Mike Aviles at a triple in the first and grounded out in the fourth. Olenberger with a slider, swing and a miss, strike 1. To wind up the pitch, popped it up in a shallow center. And coming in is Willits, an easy can of corn, and Aviles is out number 2 in the 6th inning. Olenberger getting 2 very quick outs. Not a single leadoff man has been on base against him. And over the first 6 innings, there's only been 1 where Olenberger did not retire the first 2 hitters. So Olenberger has really kept the Wranglers in check. The only inning that he had any real struggles in the 5th inning. A 1-out single and a 2-out walk, but he got around those. Here's Josh Presley. Rounded back to the mound in the first and reached on a throwing error by Greg Porter in the 4th. The windup of the pitch to Presley is high. Ball 1. 2 runs, 4 hits, and an error for the Travs. The Wranglers, no runs, 2 hits, 2 errors. Here's Olenberger's 1-0 to Presley. Grounder over the mound. Off the hand of Olenberger. Reyes fields it in back of second and throws him out at first. That deflected off the pitcher's hand. Kasey appears to be okay. It goes 1-6-3. And a perfect 6th inning for Kasey Olenberger sends us to the 7th. 2-0 Travs lead. This is the CSN Travs Radio Network.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fishing, tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, coffee makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into the other book, not the other book. Fences, gates, inline skates, artists, posers, florists, grocers, water coolers, bakers, jewelers, everything from A to Z. Duct tape, landscape, sit-down mowers, dentists, all steam uppers, lowers, wholesale, retail, bond mail, white whale. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into the yellow book. Let your fingers walk into the yellow book, not the other book.
To place your ad at people's fingertips, call 1-800-YB-YELLOW. Yellow Book, not the other book.
Go your own way with National Car Rental. Take a one-tank trip and discover Arkansas. National Trade Weekend Special is just what you need for a trip to the Ozarks. Or get your friends together and rent a minivan to historic Eureka Springs. National offers a wide choice of sizes and styles, from luxury cars to vans and sport utility vehicles. Unlimited mileage rates are available. National Car Rental has 2 convenient locations, Little Rock Airport and North Little Rock at 3919 Park Avenue. See National Car Rental's ad in the yellow pages. Go your own way with National Car Rental.
Travs have their final opportunity to increase their 2-0 lead here in the 7th inning. Ivan Reyes leads off against Steve Bray. Reyes, who's 1 for 2, takes a pitch low for ball 1. The Travs' last RBI was off the bat of Reyes. 2-out single to center in the 4th inning that brought Greg Porter home. Bray working in his 3rd inning. The 1-0. Check swing on a curve, and he takes strike 1 at the knees. A ball and a strike on Reyes. Brent Del Chiaro is on deck, and then Reggie Willits at the top of the order. Nobody warming in the Traveler bullpen. Here's a 1-1 from Bray. Right down the middle for a strike call to Reyes, and it's 1-2. Achieving a split in this doubleheader would set the Travs up for the final 2 games nicely as a pitch fouled back by Reyes. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Daniel Davidson pitches tomorrow. Davidson, who had 5 outstanding innings of work in his start in Springfield, then gave it up in the 6th. Fell to 9-5 with the loss. But he has been pitching fairly well recently, especially in the first 5 innings of a game. The 1-2 to Reyes. And it's low on a changeup, 2-2. He'll be opposed by Kyle Middleton, who's 9-6 with a 3.98 ERA. Middleton's beaten the Travs twice. Then on Sunday, Jared Weaver makes his 2nd start as a Traveler. Here's a 2-2 to Reyes. Swing and a miss, and he strikes out. 1 gone in the 7th to bring up Brent Del Chiaro. Weaver got a no decision in his Double-A debut. Will take on Thad Markray of the Wranglers on Sunday. 4:05 first pitch Sunday afternoon. Well, the Travs are off on Monday. Start the series at home against Springfield on Tuesday. Del Chiaro swings and misses at strike 1. Del Chiaro is 0 for 2. Struck out in the 3rd, grounded out in the 4th. Here's the 0-1 from Bray. Swing and a miss, curveball, strike 2. The stretch by Bray. The pitch. Swing and a miss. High fastball strikes Del Chiaro out. Bray struck out 2 here in the 7th inning. So 2 gone in the 7th inning. When we get to the bottom of the 7th, the Wranglers have Corey Aldridge leading off, followed by Brennan King and Mitch Meyer. Aldridge and King, each with 2 home runs in this series, and Meyer has 1 home run. So Wranglers have a few batters coming to the plate that they would like to come to the plate. Aldridge, this is Willits up to the plate now. Willits 2 for 3, and will take a strike from Bray on the outside corner. I saw Ibar over in the Traveler bullpen. He wasn't throwing, he wasn't catching anybody. He may come out as a defensive replacement for Reyes in the bottom of the 7th. 0-1 pitch to Willits. Ball outside, and it's 1-1. Alex Serrano has started to warm up in the bullpen. The 1-1 to Willits. Shows bunt, takes it high and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Serrano getting ready in that pen, but he just started throwing. Still a chance Olenberger comes out to pitch the bottom of the 7th inning. Bray throws 2-1. Willits fouls it away. Skims the top of the roof over the third base side, and it's 2-2. Wranglers have a left-hander warming up in the bullpen, someone I haven't seen before. It's Juan Cedeno throwing in the pen. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Willits, 2 outs, nobody on base. The pitch is popped up towards the seats at third. Chasing it is King, but it's into the crowd. Still 2-2 on Willits. Travelers 2, Wranglers nothing in the 7th inning of Game 2. Rather fast pace to both of these games. Opener took an hour 35. Second game on pace for about the same. 2-2 pitch. Willits takes low, ball 3. And he sees a full count. Howie Kendrick is on deck. Bray brings the hands together and deals 3-2. Willits hits a line drive over the shortstop to left center field. A base hit. It is cut off by Costa. Willits trying for a double. He dives in head first with a 2-base hit. Costa even cutting that ball off into the gap. Could not get it to second base. Willits is 3 for 4. Howie Kendrick is set up for what would be a very big run.
For the second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
Larry Carter, the Wrangler pitching coach, is out of the dugout, doubling as the manager today. He's got Cedeno warming in the bullpen. And he steps on top of the mound, hasn't yet made up his mind. Boy, the Wichita Wranglers, they've been smacking the ball all over the place over the first 2 games of this series. 9 hits and 4 homers in the opening game of the doubleheader. 15 hits and 3 home runs in the game yesterday. Kasey Olenberger working wonders, only allowing 2 hits over 6 innings. Meanwhile, the Travs have set up Howie Kendrick for an RBI opportunity, and he will be swinging against Steve Bray. Kendrick is 0 for 2 in Game 2, and still without a base hit in this series. Here's a first pitch to Kendrick. In there for a strike with a curve. Kendrick brought Willits home in the third inning with a sacrifice fly. But then his hard ground ball was smothered at shortstop in the fifth inning to start a double play. Hit back to the mound in the first inning. Rays 0-1. Willits running for third. Swing and a miss. No throw to third base. And Willits steals third. It's his second steal of third base in Game 2. And it's base steal number 29 for Willits on the season. 11 of those steals have come at the expense of the Wranglers. But it's 0-2 on Kendrick. And a pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-pitch strikeout. Bray strikes out the side in the seventh inning. In between, he gives up a double to Willits. Willits is stranded at third. 2-0 will have to do. Travs take that lead into the bottom of the seventh inning on the CSN, Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Anybody ever say to you, looks like somebody's got a case of the Mondays? What are the Mondays? Are you supposed to be glum and depressed just because the work week started? What a bunch of baloney. Here at Ray Winder Field, we're going to turn Mondays into something you can look forward to. That's because the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette presents Democrat-Gazette Mondays here at Ray Winder Field. Every Monday, the Travs are home. You just pick up a copy of the Democrat-Gazette, and there'll be a discount coupon right in the sports section, good for $3 admission. See, Mondays aren't so bad, at least not during the baseball season. So the next time someone tells you about a bad case of the Mondays, grab 2 quarters, get the Democrat-Gazette, and show them that the Mondays are a good thing to get. It's a $3 coupon every Monday, brought to you by the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette.
It's time for a reintroduction to one of your close friends. A friend who supported you through many a spring or summer night over the years, and you never have to go searching for him. He's always in the same spot along the third base line. Baseball fans, reintroducing the Ray Winder Field Bleachers. The Bleachers are the place to gather with your other friends to catch exciting Arkansas Travelers baseball. And at just $6 a ticket, there's no place friendlier. Call the Travs at 664-1555 or visit Travs.com.
Kasey Olenberger is back on the mound to pitch the seventh inning. The big right-hander looking for a complete game shutout. Heck, he'll just take a win. 2-0 Arkansas leading in the seventh inning. Olenberger working on a 2-hitter. Corey Aldridge leads off the seventh. Left-handed batter tries to bunt, and he bunts it foul in the air away from the catcher. And it'll fall in front of the third base dugout. Strike one on Aldridge, who's already homered today in the first game, and he hit the ball hard in the fourth, a line shot to the second baseman Kendrick for an out. He's just trying to bunt his way on base. Travelers are not going to play for a bunt. Here comes an 0-1 to Aldridge, and a swing and a miss at a high fastball, strike two. That was the 91st pitch of the game thrown by Kasey Olenberger. Alex Serrano is still working in the bullpen in case Olenberger gets into any trouble. Here comes the 0-2 to Aldridge, up high, and he lays off. Ball one. Olenberger over 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. He's also pitched around an error. Aldridge steps back in, very even stance. Leans back slightly. The 1-2. Missed outside on off-speed pitch, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Travelers do not change their defensive alignment. They're not close to the lines on the infield. 2-2. Popped it up. Aldridge did on the third base side of the infield. Reyes gives way to the third baseman Porter, and Porter makes the catch with one hand. 1 out in the 7th inning. That's 5 in a row set down by Olenberger. And even though he is working on a 2-hitter, the longest string of outs recorded have been 8. There's that from the end of the first to the beginning of the fourth. Brennan King steps in. Boy, King had an outstanding opening game, 3 for 3 with 2 homers and 4 RBIs, but he's 0 for 2 against Olenberger. First pitch called, strike with a fastball. Olenberger working quickly. Here's the pitch. Popped it up, foul, out of play. That'll get over the first base side. And that is strike 2. Olenberger has the sign. The kick and the pitch high. Went with a fastball. Ball 1. Wranglers need to get a man on base to bring up the tying run. Olenberger's been stingy with the base runners. The pitch fouled off. Very late swing. King just got the bat on the ball and fouled it over the first base side. Olenberger's been effective with everything today, but he's been throwing mostly fastballs. The windup and the 1-2 to King. Low. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball towards the hole. It's short and through. Brennan King has a 1-out single in the 7th inning. Well, Wichita does get the tying run to the plate in the 7th. Mitch Meyer comes up to the plate. He was the last Wrangler with a base hit until King's base hit here in the 7th. Tom Gamboa is out of the Traveler dugout, and he's not wasting any time. He is making a change. He wants to go to Serrano. So Olenberger can't quite finish it. Gives up just his third base hit with 1 out in the 6th. And he gives the ball to Gamboa. Another great start by Olenberger. Good work from the big righty. 6 1/3, 3 hits, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, no runs. He leaves with the lead intact, and here is Serrano to try to close things out. We'll take a 60-second break with these words on CSN, brought to you by Unpainted Furniture Center.
Everybody has a checking account, right?
Right.
They're all pretty much the same, right?
Wrong.
Wrong?
Right.
Right.
There are all the other checking accounts, and then there's Max Yield from Bank of the Ozarks.
What's different about Max Yield?
You know Bank of the Ozarks.
Uh-huh.
They are the rate leaders.
Oh.
They have great rates on loans and pay more on checking and CDs.
Okay, they're aggressive.
Or maybe they just want your business a little more.
But what about Max Yield?
You deposit $1,000 or more, and you're going to get a great interest rate. It's that simple.
Max Yield.
From Bank of the Ozarks. Look at it this way. All the other checking accounts around haven't matured yet. They're like checking accounts in training. Max Yield Checking from Bank of the Ozarks has an MBA and earning its reputation. Like a checking account that's grown up.
Oh, I get it. Your money grows up with Max Yield.
That's good.
Thanks.
Max Yield Checking from Bank of the Ozarks. When you're ready for your checking account to grow up. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Call for current rates.
Alex Serrano is on to try to close things out here in the 7th inning. He inherits a runner on base. That's Brennan King, who had a 1-out single. And Mitch Meyer coming up to the plate. Kasey Olenberger goes 6 1/3 innings, allowing only 3 hits, a walk, 1 strikeout, no runs. He is responsible for King. Serrano 5 for 5 in save opportunities with the Travs. And when he was pitching with the Tulsa Drillers in the early portion of the season, he was a perfect 4 for 4 in save opportunities. So here's Serrano to face Mitch Meyer. Serrano had pitched 2 games without a run against the Wranglers on April 7th and April 9th when he was in a Tulsa uniform. This is first outing against Wichita as a Trav. Left-hander Meyer is 1 for 2, and the first pitch is in there for a called strike. As a Traveler, Serrano has allowed only 7 hits and 3 walks over 10 1/3 innings, striking out 7. And just 2 runs, 5 saves with a 1.74 ERA. The 0-1. Swing and a miss with a changeup. Strike 2. Two nothing score. The Travs have led ever since the 3rd inning. 2 outs to go. Serrano deals. Myers swings and misses on a slider. Strike 3. 3-pitch strikeout for Alex Serrano. 1 away, actually 2 away. 1 away from a win. Here's Brett Groves.
The second baseman, Brett Groves.
Groves comes up. He's 0 for 2 in the second game. In the opener, he was 0 for 3. Batting from the left side. He's flied out twice. Serrano throws. Groves takes a strike on the inside edge. Serrano trying to nail down a shutout victory. It would be the 7th for the Travs this year. There's another strike taken by Groves. 0-2. Serrano not wasting any time. Leaning in, looking for the sign from Del Chiaro. He sets and deals. Low. Groves lays off a low pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Serrano takes a look at first base. King leads off. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Going back, Murphy towards the gap. He reaches out and makes a nice running catch to end the game. The ball aimed into the gap in right center field. Murphy on a dead sprint towards center makes a running catch, ending the game. And the Travs and the Wranglers split a doubleheader. Final score in Game 2, the Travelers 2 and the Wranglers nothing. And you can put it in the books. Well, the Travs started today a game out of first. They end today a game out of first place. Coming up next, we'll have the totals. This is the Travelers CSN Radio Network.
The Air Force is the only branch of service with its own community college. It's called the Community College of the Air Force, and it makes a difference. You see, in the Air Force, you earn college credit for learning your job. You can earn an associate's degree in one of 66 career fields. Your job experience goes farther in the Air Force. For more information, call 1-800-423-USAF or log on at airforce.com. Cross into the blue with the U.S. Air Force. No one comes close.
It's June 18th, 1986, as the Shreveport Captains invaded Ray Winterfield and Little Rock to take on the Arkansas Travelers. Arkansas built up a 1-0 lead at the end of 1 inning of play, but Shreveport scored 3 runs in the top half of the third to lead 3-1 at the end of 3 innings of play. Shreveport built up a 4-2 lead going into the last half of the 8th inning. There were 2 outs, a runner on at first base, and the big first baseman of the Arkansas Travelers, Dave Cable, came to the plate.
Cable, left-handed hitter. Wearing the collar tonight, 0 for 2. Here's the pitch. There it goes! It's way out of here!
And it was a home run for Dave Cable, his 5th home run of the year, as that tied the game up at 4-4. It forced extra innings. Then Shreveport came up in the 14th inning. Extra innings at the ballpark at Ray Winterfield. It was tied 4-4. Bases were loaded, and Angelo Escobar came to the plate to bat for Shreveport. The count went to 3-2.
The 3-2 pitch is coming. Fastball up high, ball 4. And that forces in a run, Litton from third. And Shreveport has regained the lead. It's now 5-4 in favor of the Captains.
And the Captains scored 3 more runs in the top half of the 14th inning to take an 8-4 lead going into the last half of the 14th inning. Arkansas couldn't muster any, and it was Shreveport defeating the Arkansas Travelers on June the 18th, 1986, in extra innings, 14 innings, 8-4 the final score. And that's tonight's American Gold and Silver Traveler Flashback.
Travelers winners in Game 2 of the doubleheader, so they achieve a split with the Wichita Wranglers. Here are the totals unofficial from Game 2. For Arkansas, 2 runs, 5 hits, an error, and 6 runners left. For the Wranglers, no runs, 3 hits, 2 errors, and 5 left. Kasey Olenberger is the winning pitcher, and he's now 6-5. Wes Wilkerson takes the loss, and he's 0-1. The save goes to Alex Serrano, 6th as a Traveler, and it was his 10th as a Texas League pitcher. The victory puts the Travs at 19-17 in the second half. while the Wranglers fall to 20-16. The lead for the Wranglers falls to one game over the Arkansas Travelers heading into Game 4 of the series, which will be tomorrow night with a 7:05 first pitch. Coming up next, we'll have the Allstate Insurance post-game report. Plenty to talk about during this doubleheader. And that'll come right after these words on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Arkansas Traveler Baseball on the CSN Radio Network was brought to you by the ITT Technical Institute online at itt-tech.edu. By Coca-Cola, make it real. By Miller Lite, prevent taste loss with Miller Lite. And by Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by the Sonic Drive-In. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been brought to you statewide on the Creative Sports Radio Network by Bale Honda. See the new Honda cars and trucks today. By the U.S. Air Force, crossing to the blue. The Bank of the Ozarks with several locations to serve you. And by the Canadian Tax Advisory Group. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been a presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network. Stay tuned next for the Traveler Postgame Show. Right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Thank you, and we're back. You know, when it comes to fighting crime, he's never going to roll over. He's McGruff the crime dog.
Roll over. You're okay, Joy.
Thanks.
And I got 2 words to make your neighborhood safer.
Uh-huh.
Coffee cake.
Ah, the old poison coffee cake trick. The cook takes a bite, falls down to the ground.
No, it's for your neighbors.
You want to poison your neighbors?
No, never.
Oh, thank goodness.
No, for 25 years, I've been giving tips about preventing crime. One of them is to invite people over for a cup of coffee and share the problems you see on your street and what to do about them.
That's great.
You can invite your local police officer to help, too.
You know, I hear they're very fond of donuts.
No, that's just a myth.
Oh, well, I come to your doghouse for coffee cake in a safer neighborhood.
Now you're talking. You can cut down on crime by not just locking your door, but opening up to your neighbors.
Still, a 10-pound bundt cake dropped on a bad guy's foot could help.
It couldn't hurt. And going to weprevent.org for other tips could help, too.
A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, Crime Prevention Coalition of America, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council.
When you have a stroke, you may not even notice it right away. But then, time passes, and the symptoms get worse. 1 minute you feel fine, and the next, your speech could be slurred or not make sense. One side of your body might become numb. You might see double. You drop the TV remote because you can't hold up your arm. That's because after a stroke, every minute you don't get help is another minute that your brain is being starved of oxygen. The warning signs of a stroke include sudden numbness or weakness of the face, arm, or leg, sudden trouble seeing, speaking, or understanding. If you experience any of these warning signs, call 911 immediately, because time lost is brain lost. Visit strokeassociation.org or call 1-888-4-STROKE today. A public service announcement from the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The Allstate Insurance Arkansas Traveler Postgame Show is brought to you by Allstate Insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Welcome here to your Allstate Insurance Trav's postgame report. Trav split this doubleheader with the Wichita Wranglers losing the first game 9-4. Travs were a winner in Game 2, 2-0. We'll recap Game 2 here. It was a 0-0 score going into the third. Wes Wilkerson in a spot start for the Wranglers allowed a one-out single to Reggie Willits. Willits sliced it down the third base line. Shane Costa came in from left field, got to the ball before it got past him. However, he bobbled the baseball, giving Willits second. Single and an error there, and then Willits stole third and came home when Howie Kendrick hit a fly ball to right field. That made it 1-0. Travs immediately got back on the board in the fourth. After 2 outs, Wilkerson was pulled in favor of Nate Holscher. Holscher was ahead of Greg Porter with a ball and 2 strikes when he hit him with a pitch. Then Holscher walks David Gates, and Ivan Reyes singles into center field, chasing Porter home. Made the score 2-0. That's how it would finish. The Wranglers came closest to scoring in the first inning when Micah Viles lined a 2-out triple to left field, but then Josh Presley bounced to the mound, and the Wranglers wouldn't get another runner to second base until the 5th inning. 1-out single by Mitch Meyer, then a 2-out walk to Matt Tupman. But Mel Stalker grounded out to second base, and that was really the last threat for the Wichita Wranglers as Kasey Olenberger goes 6 1/3 innings, allowing only 3 hits with no runs. He walked 1 and struck out 1. The victory for Olenberger is his 6th on the season and his 3rd consecutive winning decision in a row. So Olenberger has really made a statement here. He's given the Travs some much-needed innings, 2 consecutive starts, 8 innings last time out, and 6 1/3 today with no runs, only 1 run in his last outing. So the Travs split the doubleheader with Wichita. We'll check the scores around the Texas League next on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
And now Sonic presents Molly, Brian, and some cookie dough hijinks.
This Sonic cookie dough blast is great.
I love it.
Yeah, it's got all these little bits of cookie dough in there. You know, it just reminds me when I was little, my mom was making some cookies, and I got all the dough, and I ate all of it before she could cook the cookies.
Oh.
And I tell you, my reaction to that sugar was pretty phenomenal. I sort of started vibrating, you know, and running around and getting really hyper. And at one point, I thought that I was an actual beam of light. And, you know, I was running around the house saying, I'm a beam of light, I'm a beam of light. And,
Honey,
yeah.
you did that last week.
Was that last week?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know you'd eaten a bunch of cookie dough. That actually makes me feel better.
Cookie Dough Blast, new at Sonic. It's the irresistible taste of chocolate chip cookie dough blended into a creamy frozen treat. Try one tonight because Sonic's open till at least midnight all summer long. Sonic's Cookie Dough Blast at participating Sonic drive-ins. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
The third base coach. He doesn't get much attention. You've never heard of a third base coach groupie, have you? But he's vital to the success of the team. His experience and knowledge of the game can mean the difference between scoring a run or getting thrown out at the plate. Allstate agents play a similar role to the third base coach, although they have experience with much more than just home. They can help with auto insurance, life insurance, and your retirement needs as well. And they'll do it without using any crazy signals. They'll help you understand the coverage options available so you can find the one that's right for you. You deserve a team with big league experience. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
To get a team with big league experience, just visit your local Allstate agent, call 1-800-ALLSTATE, or click on allstate.com. Insurance subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, America. To protect you from taste loss, take the Miller Taste Challenge. Question 1. What should a light beer taste like?
Beer?
Correct. Miller Lite has a great, satisfying taste. Question 2. What should a light beer look like?
Like beer?
Right again. Miller Lite has a rich golden color. See for yourself. And finally, the last question. If you have taste loss, how do you fight it?
With Miller Lite?
Correct. If you have taste loss, you simply pick up a great tasting Miller Lite with half the carbs of Bud Light. So take the Miller Lite Taste Challenge and see how Miller Lite has more taste than Bud Light. And go to PreventTasteLoss.com, okay?
Per 12 ounces, Miller Lite has 96 calories, 3.2 grams of carbs, 0.9 grams of protein, and 0 grams of fat. Bud Light has 6.6 grams of carbs. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
Checking the scores across the Texas League on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. They're coming into the bottom of the ninth inning at Tulsa with the Drillers leading 4-3 over the Springfield Cardinals. Judd Songster trying to close things out of the top half. Travis Hansen hit his 15th home run for Springfield. Corey Slavic and Jason Nix going deep for the Tulsa Drillers. Cardinals have lost their last 3 games and in danger of losing for the 4th consecutive time. San Antonio, a 6-4 lead over the Midland Rockhounds in the top of the 8th inning. Missions lost yesterday and fell to 1 game in back of Midland for first, so they're trying to tie them for first place. Mark Kiger went deep for the Rockhounds, and John Nelson hit a home run for San Antonio. We have one final. It's out of Corpus Christi, where the Frisco Rough Riders win for the 4th consecutive game, a 4-2 victory in Corpus. Thomas Diamond got the win. He's 4-2. Tim McClaskey took the loss, falls to 5-8. Riders got 3 homers. Juan Senrizo, Adam Fox, Mike Nikias. J.J. Phillips hit a home run for Corpus Christi. Final scores here in Wichita's Lawrence Dumont Stadium. Wranglers win the opener 9-4. Travs win the second game 2-0. Coming up next, we'll have a look at the scores across the major leagues. But first, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. from Lawrence Dumont Stadium in Wichita, this is the Creative Sports Radio Network, your home for Traveler Baseball. Those Major League scores are next right here on the Creative Sports Radio Network. Now these words from Settle Office Products.
When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They get free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Vail Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock.
The Air Force is the only branch of service with its own community college. It's called the Community College of the Air Force, and it makes a difference. You see, in the Air Force, you earn college credit for learning your job. You can earn an associate's degree in one of 66 career fields. Your job experience goes farther in the Air Force. For more information, call 1-800-423-USAF or log on at airforce.com. Cross into the blue with the U.S. Air Force. No one comes close.
Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, General Manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas-oriented. You know, the things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in her 27th year.
Here are those Major League scores. You got games in progress in each circuit. San Francisco just finished a 5-run inning at Milwaukee, and the Giants lead in the 8th, 7-5. San Diego trailing the Cincinnati Reds 3-2 in the bottom of the third. Adam Dunn hit his 29th home run. Big inning for the Dodgers, still hitting in the bottom of the first inning. 4-2, the Dodgers lead the Cardinals. Ricky Leday hit his third home run. In the American League, in progress at the bottom of the ninth, the White Sox looking to close out a game at Baltimore, 7-2. Detroit trailing Oakland 5-1 in the third, and the Cleveland Indians 4, and the Seattle Mariners 1 also in the third inning. The Angels today were winners over the New York Yankees, a 4-1 victory for Los Angeles, with Irvin Santana picking up his 6th win of the year against 4 losses. Irvin defeated Mike Mussina, who falls to 10-6. Frankie Rodriguez came on for save number 25. Garrett Anderson and Benji Molina hit home runs for the Angels. Tino Martinez went deep off of Santana, his 16th on the year. Boston defeats Minnesota 8-5. Bronson Arroyo got the win. He's 9-6. Kurt Schilling saved his 4th. John Olerud and Bill Miller hit home runs for the Red Sox. Jock Jones and Joe Mauer hit them for the Twins. Jose Silva, the loser, drops to 7-5. So the Red Sox lead in the East Division bumps up a game, 2.5 games over the New York Yankees. Texas was a 4-1 winner at Toronto, with Doug Brocail winning his 4th. Francisco Cordero saved his 25th. Gary Matthews Jr. hit his 11th home run. Tampa doubles up Kansas City 6-3 in Florida. Devil Rays scored 4 times in the first inning of DJ Carrasco, who took the loss. Casey Fossum was the winner. Danny Baez saved his 20th. Aubrey Huff hit the game's only home run. In the National League, it was the Cubs getting a pinch hit 2-run single in the bottom of the 9th inning by Aramis Ramirez, and the Cubs win over Arizona 4-3. Novoa got the win, Bruni the loss. Henry Blanco hit the game's only home run for Chicago. Philadelphia wins at Colorado 5-3. Brett Myers got the win. He's 9-5. Billy Wagner saved his 23rd. Only homer hit by Colorado's Matt Holliday. Atlanta defeats the Pirates 2-1. Winning pitcher Horacio Ramirez, and the losing pitcher was Dave Williams. Florida 4-1 winners over the Washington Nationals. The Nats have now lost 5 in a row and have fallen 4 games off the pace in the National League East. Josh Beckett, the winner, 10-6. Todd Jones got the save, his 19th of the year. Brian Schneider, the only home run. Houston got 3 home runs in a 5-2 victory over the New York Mets. Craig Biggio, Lance Berkman, and Morgan Ensberg hit home runs. Wandy Rodriguez, the winner, 6-4. Brad Lidge got the save, his 25th, and Chris Benson falls to 7-4 with the loss. Houston's won 6 in a row at 56-47. Those are your scores from the major leagues, and they're brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the Arkansas Travelers, and available online at southwest.com. We'll name our BC Powder Players of the Games right after this on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
This time of year, you need to find a place where all your friends can get together for a great time outside. Well, there is a place where you can sit side by side with your buddies watching America's great pastime. Here come the Arkansas Travelers, ready to provide you with exciting Texas League baseball outside at Raywinder Field. The Travs are still the best deal around, with general admission tickets just $6. And every weekend they're in town, the Travs feature a premium giveaway. Plus, there's delicious Petit Jean hot dogs, sizzling chili cheese nachos, and all your favorite cold drinks. For the 5th season, the Travs are affiliated with the Los Angeles Angels, one of baseball's most talent-laden organizations. Last year, Travs third baseman Dallas McPherson was named the top player in the minors. You're sure to see a rising star every night. So get on the horn and gather up all the guys and girls. It's time for a raucous, foot-stomping time with the Arkansas Travelers. Call 664-1555 or go online to Travs.com.
Hey everybody, we've got to let Travs fans know about our baseball bingo promotion. Sing along if you know the words. At the old ballpark in Little Rock, we play baseball bingo.
B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. We play baseball and bingo.
On Tuesdays and Thursdays, you'll win lots of prizes.
B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. We play baseball and bingo.
If you can win a free dinner at the Golden Corral of Villa.
B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. We play baseball and bingo.
Academy Sports and Outdoors gives away a gift card. Don't worry, fans, we won't sing this at the ballpark, but it's baseball and bingo on Tuesdays and Thursdays at Raywinder Field.
We play baseball and bingo.
The BC Powder Players of the Games in the doubleheader today. In the opening game, Brennan King finished 3 for 3 with 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. And in the second game, it was Kasey Olenberger pitching the Travs to a 2-0 victory. Olenberger goes 6 1/3 innings, allowing only 3 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Last couple times out, Olenberger has been dominating, pitching 14 1/3 innings, allowing only 1 run on 7 base hits. Honorable mention for the second game for Reggie Willis, who finished 3 for 4. But it's Kasey Olenberger winning the BC Powder Player of the Game for the nightcap. Player of the Game sponsored by BC Powder, the official pain reliever of the Arkansas Travelers. BC gets into your system fast, and BC goes to work fast. If it's a headache, backache, or muscle pain, nothing works faster than BC. Use as directed. We'll wrap up this baseball broadcast after these words on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Ed and I sell soft drinks at ball games, and he first told me about BC Powder.
We carry big trays of drinks up and down the stadium steps. Man, it's a killer.
And with a backache, that tray feels heavier and heavier.
And the stairs are tough on your knees.
One night I was dragging, and the game wasn't half over.
I told Brian he needed a BC to stop the pain fast, because it goes to work quick.
BC stopped the pain, got me right back to work.
BC goes down easy with a soft drink, but don't tell the boss, okay?
BC, pain relief at the speed of powder. Use as directed.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life. Like the time I went on a shop till you drop-a-thon with my girlfriend. So there I am, pinballing from store to store across the vast expanse of this mega mall, forced to give my opinion on her clothing choices, which she promptly ignored. I think it was from all the, yeah, that looks great, honey, but I was parched. Only one thing was going to unparch me, a Coke. I would have cried, but I couldn't spare the fluid. So next time I go shopping, it'll be online. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
And now Sonic presents Molly, Brian, and some cookie dough hijinks.
This Sonic cookie dough blast is great.
I love it.
Yeah, it's got all these little bits of cookie dough in there. You know, it just reminds me when I was little, my mom was making some cookies, and I got all the dough, and I ate all of it before she could cook the cookies.
Oh.
And I tell you, my reaction to that sugar was pretty phenomenal. I sort of started vibrating, you know, and running around and getting really hyper. And at one point, I thought that I was an actual beam of light. And, you know, I was running around the house saying, I'm a beam of light, I'm a beam of light. And,
honey,
yeah.
You did that last week.
Was that last week?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know you'd eaten a bunch of cookie dough. That actually makes me feel better.
Cookie Dough Blast, new at Sonic. It's the irresistible taste of chocolate chip cookie dough blended into a creamy frozen treat. Try one tonight because Sonic's open till at least midnight all summer long. Sonic's Cookie Dough Blast at participating Sonic drive-ins. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
It's time for a reintroduction to one of your close friends. A friend who supported you through many a spring or summer night over the years, and you never have to go searching for him. He's always in the same spot along the third base line. Baseball fans, reintroducing the Ray Winder Field Bleachers. The Bleachers are the place to gather with your other friends to catch exciting Arkansas Travelers baseball. And at just $6 a ticket, there's no place friendlier. Call the Travs at 664-1555 or visit Travs.com.
For the split of the doubleheader, the Arkansas Travelers remain a game in back of first place behind the Wichita Wranglers heading into Game 4 of the series, which is tomorrow night. And the starting pitchers for tomorrow for the Travs is Daniel Davidson, left-hander with a record of 9-5 with a 4.53 ERA. Opposing Davidson is Wichita right-hander Kyle Middleton, who will be 9-6 with a 3.98 ERA. First pitch tomorrow, 7:05. Our ITT Tech pregame show airtime will be 6:40, right here on many of the same CSN radio network stations. Speaking of our network today, thanks to all the broadcasters on the network, thanks to Russellville's KARV 610 AM. Thanks to KBJT Fordyce 1570, KOTN Pineville 1490, KDXE Total Sports 1380, and KASR 92.7 FM Conway Little Rock. Thanks to all the board operators and studio engineers down the line, and thank you very much to Chris Rhodes, working both games at CSN Center Control back in Conway. Thank you, fans, for tuning in for our doubleheader tonight. Our final scores, once again, it was the Wichita Wranglers winning the opener 9-4. And the Arkansas Travelers shut out the Wranglers in the nightcap 2-0. This is Phil Elson reminding you, don't forget it is just a game. We'll be talking baseball again tomorrow night.
The Arkansas Traveler postgame show was brought to you by Allstate Insurance. See your nearest Allstate Insurance agent anywhere in Arkansas today. And remember, you're in good hands with Allstate. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been a presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network.